There you go. All right, let's see if I can get this thing to cooperate. Good, there we go. All right, again, my name is Stafford Braxton. I am the CEO of Santa's Just Like Me. I've been in business for this is our 11th season. Excited to be able to be here this morning to find more brothers to wear the red cloth. That is definitely my goal, is to get as many brothers as possibly we can find. And so, anyhow, I always like to start things with a word of prayer. So if you guys don't mind, if you do mind, mute it, cut yourself off, whatever, and come back. But I got to be me. And so anyway, Father, we just want to thank you for this morning, and we want to thank you for the collection of brothers that have gathered here this morning for the purpose of learning how to be the best Santa that they can possibly be. We just thank you for everything that's flowed decently and in order this morning. Thank you for the connections that are being made this morning that will last a lifetime. We thank you for all the collective knowledge that is represented here. Thank you that people are open to listen and hear and learn, Lord God, and apply the things that will be discussed today. We just give you all the praise, because without you, there would be no Christmas. And so we thank you for it, and we give you the glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right. So first, what I would like to do is everybody just share a little bit about who they are and why you're here. And then we can get into the nuts and bolts of being Santa. So I see Jesse. Jesse, you don't mind going first, do you?
Not at all.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, good morning. My name is Jesse Bird. I live in New Orleans. I'm a retired law enforcement officer with the United States Postal Inspection Service. I retired in 2021. I'm also a pastor. I pastor Grace Community Church. I pastor this church along with another guy, so the burden won't fall on just one person. We share all the pastoral responsibilities together. I like it that way. It's not a burden on me. It's not a burden on him. And I was curious about being a Santa. And I heard, Stafford, I heard you on NPR one day, because I love listening to NPR. By the way, my son is on the board of NPR. And so I was listening to NPR, and I heard you on NPR talking about Santas like me and the recruitment of Black men to be Santas. And I said, wow, that is something interesting. I always did love children. I was a youth director, a youth pastor, and I'm crazy about children. You know, my wife is 65, and I told her we need more children, but it don't seem like that's going to come to pass. And so that's what got me curious about being a Santa. We had one Santa that was in this area in New Orleans. He did it for like 40, 50 years. And then he passed. And I was told there was a void there because of this one Santa passing. Although I do know there's one or two other Santa that's doing it, but they not, embedded and don't have the longevity and all the connections that he had. So it's something that I wanted to get into since I retired from my full-time job as a law enforcement officer. Like I said, I'm still pastoring, but I love children and I love the joy that it brings. Although Santa wasn't good to me as a kid because we were dirt poor. Santa always avoided my neighborhood for some strange reason. But nonetheless, I always did like the joy that the season brought.
Well, thank you, Jesse. And look, and what you just said is the reason why I started a nonprofit. I just got the approval from the IRS a couple of weeks ago so that we can provide visits free of charge. We can provide clothing, toys, food, all of that. And as I was telling somebody, before I even really officially got it started, somebody had donated $500 to the nonprofit. So I figured that's a good start.
God bless. That is a good start.
Brother Casey, are you there?
I'm here.
Brother, look, I know you excited, so I'm going to let you. I was going to do you first originally, and then Jesse's face popped up at me. But I want to go ahead and give you the opportunity to share.
All right, cool. My name's Casey Cummings. I live in Greater LA. Grew up in the Midwest, grew up in Madison, Wisconsin. Just a little quick background, how I met Stafford was, of course, I had a high school friend who was listening to Stafford on NPR. A friend called me up and said, hey, you got to check this dude out. She said, this is your purpose. So without knowing that, I hopped on, saw Stafford on NPR, went to the link, read all about him, went to the website, sent him a quick note, just said, hey, I really appreciate what you have going on. Not thinking that I was going to necessarily be Santa, but I sent a link and said, hey, this is great. Power to you. I love what you're doing. I love the fact you're a brother helping us. Wrote me a quick note back, and this is 2 weeks before Christmas. Wrote me a quick note back and said, I said, hey, I was Santa for my granddaughter. Something like that. Wrote me a quick note back. He said, hey, send over a couple pictures. So I sent over a couple pictures of me and my granddaughter.
Yep.
Then he calls me. This is 2 weeks before Christmas, busiest time of the year. Took his
And I was
time,
busy.
45 minutes or so on the phone with me, just getting to know each other, background. And I said, I'm in. I didn't have this. This was just going to start. And haven't shaved it off since we spoke. Plan on getting a little bigger. Although what I plan on it doing is I'm going to be me.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little trimmer Santa Claus. This is Black Santa. There's Santa Claus. This is Black Santa.
Yeah.
So Black Santa's going to do it his way.
There you go.
I'm going to take all the good stuff that Santa Claus does, but people are going to know. And it's going to be fine because it's going to be great. Little background. I asked my dad about Santa Claus. My dad's 88 years old, grew up in Springfield, Illinois. And I asked him about Santa Claus. He said he didn't really have a lot of feeling about it because, of course, growing up in segregation, being one of 7 kids, his mom couldn't take him downtown to Springfield to go see White Santa. White Santa wasn't having him sit on his lap anyway. So Santa didn't visit his house. He didn't have great feelings about Santa. It was just like a non-entity.
Yeah.
Right.
I asked his older sister, and she said, well, what'd your dad say? She said, yeah, not much there. And she said, I didn't have any memory of it. Didn't make any sense to me. Although she loves Black Santa. And she has a bunch of figurines in her house about Black Santa. This is like one of the greatest things in the world to her. When I called and told her, I'm going to be Black Santa, her first thing is, where? I want to come see you. And she thought it was fantastic. I asked a couple other people, their history of Santa. One dude grew up in Canada, and he said, oh, Santa was great. We went downtown, sat on Santa's lap, had a whole completely different experience. But the main theme of it was, where are you going to be? He still lives in Canada. He goes, where are you going to be? I want to come see you. And so this is, the power of this is really starting to roll. I was at a gathering of people look like us, doing positive things in LA. And people go, oh yeah, I do this, I do that. And they go, well, what do you do, Casey? I said, well, I got a new venture. I said, you're talking to Black Santa LA. It was like, oh, are you kidding me? Black Santa LA? Forget about anything that I do from a regular job standpoint. I just said that, and all of a sudden the conversation went to, okay, what are you doing? Where are you going to be? How are you going to do this? I said, you got to hold off. April 22nd is a huge day circled on my calendar. I'm going to be with a bunch of other Black Santas, and life is going to get good from there. We'll be able to make things roll.
Amen.
Excellent. It's a little bit about me. One other story. I met Black Santa Portland last weekend. Had to be in Portland. A couple family members turned 60, so it was like a 60th birthday party up in Portland. And one of the people I met at the party said she knows Black Santa PDX. Gave me his number, called him up, went and spent about 45 minutes with him. Fantastic guy. And it was just like, things are falling in place for a reason. This woman came to the party, I would have no reason to meet her. We're just talking.
Right.
And I mentioned Black Santa. The next thing you know, she said, I know Black Santa Portland. One thing led to another. And the energy and the excitement is just growing like every day. So that's a little bit of my story.
Well, welcome, man. Welcome aboard. Brother Eric, Santa Eric, you there? All right, Santa William. who is Deanna's iPad? And you are, unmute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep, yep.
All right. Yep, must be. My name is Eric Lewis, retired Air Force. I don't know a whole lot about the Black Santas. I'm just getting into this. I found out about it through a friend of mine. He told me that Stefan had talked to him, and he was supposed to get me in touch with Stefan, but he had passed a few weeks later. So his wife actually kept the ball rolling and got Stefan in touch with me. Stefan called and told me a little bit about the Black Santas, and it's something I've always wanted to do. I currently have a bus, and I was telling my wife last year, you know, because everybody kept on teasing me about my beard and everything, calling me Santa Claus, Santa Claus. So I told my wife, I was like, you know, it'd be really nice if we could do like James Brown and just get a bunch of gifts, jump on the bus, have my daughters dress up as elves and run off the bus and give children gifts and stuff. So it's just something I've always wanted to do, you know, go to the ghetto, you know, the low-lying areas, you know, low-income individuals, and just bless them around Christmas, because, you know, they have a hard enough time as it is, you know, around the holidays, the way I feel. So I'm just looking into it, and hopefully can get into it and be a part of the club. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. And I have that desire too with the bus. And the difference with my bus is I want to design it so that on the inside of the bus is a Santa's workshop. So we can drive it to where we want to go, open the side of the bus, and then kids can visit with Santa, and we do all the other things that you were talking about. So, you know, let's see what happens.
All right. I decorated mine this year. So yeah, I'll be definitely up to that one too.
Great, great. All right, Santa William.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
And I really appreciate starting this off with a prayer. I originally found out about this actually from a NFL football game. It was the Pittsburgh Steelers against Atlanta Falcons, and I met, not by chance, Santa Sinclair. He walked up to me and said, "Hey, you know, we have a need, and we just had a moment in time that we was able to fellowship together, and I've been interested in it for a couple of years, but and actually I've been following Santa Sinclair. He didn't even know it. I've been following him for a couple of years. Just, you know, it just built my interest and my desire of wanting to do it. So with that being said, I spoke with my wife about it because I was always clean shaven. This is the first time I've ever let my beard grow. So it's a learning process for me. She's given me a lot of advice. My wife is here with me. And I'm gonna just show it to you real quick. That's my wife.
Hello, wife.
She kind of helped support me with this. When I started my beard journey, I asked her how did it look. She said I look homeless. She said, but it's on its way. So that gave me encouragement to keep doing it. But when I met Santa Sinclair, we had a great conversation about the need of Black Santa Clauses or Santa Clauses of different ethnicities to kind of promote and spread the joy of Christmas and you know the word of our faith. And that just hit me and resonated in me really deep. So I joined the group, and I've been on the last I think 2 meetings, and it's just been amazing. I've been able to meet some amazing brothers here, as in yourselves, and hearing your stories and your journey, it just gives me more motivation on what I want to do. So I don't want to be long-winded. As you can tell, I'm driving, and I don't want to be disturbing the group because I'm driving in and out of rain. But I'm just excited about where we're going and how we all can help each other grow with the professionalism that we have to do more than anyone else has to. We can't just be average. You know, our standard has to be well above average.
That's right.
for each and every one of us to be successful and to have that image that when they see us, they know that they're getting something exceptional, not something just off of a Walmart shelf.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you for your for listening, and I'm gonna put myself back on mute. That way, it's not disturbing the group.
Okay, man. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
Santa Dreezy.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It is good to be a part of this collection. You all are legends. You all are living legends, and I definitely salute you all and give you all flowers. Because up until I started doing this myself, I did not realize that there were so many. I knew, but I did not see. There's a difference between knowing and having an idea in your head, and then actually seeing it in person, almost like how Santa is. You know, he's not real until you see him. So to see you all out there doing your thing is just remarkable. I have been Dreezy Claus. I'm from Chicago, representing as Dreezy Claus, Chicago's Black Santa. Going on 6 years professionally, as far as like, with the, the brand and look and everything. But I've been Santa Claus pretty much well over 10 years plus, just doing it on my own nonprofit organization that I have, and we did a annual Christmas giveaway, and I wanted to have a Santa Claus. And the first year we didn't have enough time to get a suit, so a friend of mine had got a Santa Claus, and he wasn't that ideal. Let's put it like that. He was lacking imagination.
Right.
So I was like, I can do it. So I went ahead and got a suit, and the rest is pretty much history. Year after year, I was doing it, and then people kept asking me, to go to this business, go to this school, go to this, place, whatever. So a friend of mine just got together and was like, what can we do to make this, a really legitimate, thing, not realizing you all were out here existing, like this. So it's been a wild ride in Chicago. I think it's like 2 of us in Chicago, actively in Chicago,
Wow.
that are actively being Santa Claus. So it's a pretty big city to cover. So it's definitely been an adventure every year, and I'm looking forward to doing more things with it and having some fun with it. And thank you.
Well, welcome aboard, man. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Brother Sean. Did we lose Sean? All right, hopefully he'll come back on and we'll get him. Who out of the registrants have not shared yet? Not the teachers. Did I get everybody? Santa,
can you hear me now?
There it is.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Santa Sean. Hold on just a minute, Adrian.
So I'm Sean Hooper from Mooresville, North Carolina. I met Stanford, probably about 5 years ago.
And you better get the end out my name.
So he had an event in Concord, North Carolina. It was a small venue. And I said, man, we need to do something on a bigger scale. So how much is it to book you? Found the location. I said, I wanted to be a little different, kind of big, because coming up, you always seen Santa Claus at like a Macy's or something like that. So we used the Blumenthal as the venue. We put this thing together in like 2 weeks. We had a great turnout. It was beautiful. I seen the power of a Black Santa when we had a woman come up, and she was older. She was about, 70 or something like that.
72.
And she said, 72. She said she's never seen a Black Santa in her life. And when she went up there, it was the little girl came out in her, and she peeked around that, like the backdrop, the silhouette, and that woman almost cried. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to cry, but the moment I was like, man, this is real. This is real. I mean, it was powerful. You really couldn't explain it. But I mean, I've had a chance to work with Santa Warren, and it was another Santa for the 2 events that I booked over the years. But again, I've seen the power in it. I sold Stanford a house when he moved down here from Raleigh, Durham. And he's just been a big brother and always my support when I'm going through stuff. So I figure I just, try to take my first steps into becoming a Santa.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, Santa was good to you. Got you a house out of out of seeing Santa. Santa Adrian.
Hello, how's everyone doing?
Blessed, brother.
Like I say, it's a blessing to be here. My story is similar to most of you all. It wasn't something that I went out to do. It's like a little calling where you go to an event. I was at a Jose Feed the Hungry, and I just had a T-shirt from Walmart with the Santa look on in the belt, and I wore it with a red jumpsuit. And people were asking to take photos. And people was like, "How do we book you?" And I was like, I'm not a Santa." But I had taken pictures and photos of Santa at Stone Mountain Park when I was with Kodak. And I just remember not seeing a black Santa, but the people who were in line were all different colors, ages from all over the place. And I did a little research and I found out that there was a Santa school here in the Atlanta area. And many people had been to it. So I signed up to try to learn more about it because I did want to bring some type of professionalism to the role, because I have seen those Santas who put on a suit and don't represent quality or the well-being or spreading the joy in the spirit. And so I went to the school and I was approached there. And next thing I know, I didn't know how big a black Santa really was, and how undervalued I was placing myself. So I was just like, sure, if you book me for that amount, sure. If you book, and then I started buying stuff. I was like, hold on, I can't sustain this. And I said, I got to figure something else out. And so that's what I kind of went on a journey. And I contacted other photographer friends and trying to show them. And many of them had never even thought about taking Santa photos or shooting photos with Santas or even how to market it. And as I used some of my photography background, I met you last year. We talked and discussed some things and just trying to learn how to grow it. Talked to Santa D many times, and I had to get back on track with him because I've just been out here trying to just survive life for the most part, but just getting back on track with spreading the love and the joy. I had another guy from the South Pack or something in Washington saying that they're trying to get black Santas and how to do that and what to do because they want to diversify their Santa coalition. And I had many white Santas in the area to ask me about that, because now it seems to be more popular with the story that you did that went national and all the other things that are going on. So I just want to continue to grow, continue to be professional, and just spreading the love and the joy of Santa. Because I do meet a lot of people from around the world, as well as older women who are very shocked and surprised, like a black Santa. I had a lady when I was at a Punch City Market call her mother on the phone, and we were video chatting because she couldn't believe it. And so it is an emotional thing, and it brings great joy and pride to know that I'm a part of this group and what we're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, we're expecting to do big things, man. Really are. All right, I guess I'm gonna go to our instructors now because I think I got everybody else. I think I'm missing somebody, but hopefully they will show up. But go ahead, Santa Warren, my OG Santa, my original.
Good morning, everyone. And a hearty ho, ho, ho to you. It's great to be a part of this organization. Stafford mentioned I was Santa Claus that he sort of hunted down at the local mall before I became Santa Claus, long before I even thought about that, except when my wife and I would be out shopping at the shopping center around Christmas time, and we noticed kids would just sort of turn and stare. Of course, I was just in civilian clothes or anything, wasn't even thinking about that. And it was my wife who finally figured out that the kids must think you're Santa Claus. And and it went on from there. I have another good friend who has been doing Santa for many years, sort of recognized that in me and let me use my original suit was given to me by a friend who thought I might make a good Santa Claus. So I salute Santa Bob for that. So I heard some great words today when people were talking about their own experiences. I remember that experience with you, Sean, down in Concord. The emotion that comes with meeting Santa. And I'm one of those old people you're talking about there. You said, oh, she was an older woman. I thought, let's see how close you get to that. But I certainly shared that, and that's what I bring to trying to be Santa. When I was a kid, Santa was real big to me, and unlike some of your experiences, my experience was a real positive experience over the years with a white Santa who would come and park a little trailer in downtown New Bern, and kids of all stripes would come and sit with Santa and visit, and it was just sort of a magical moment to me, and it has stuck with me over the years, and it's brought me to being a Santa just like me. And I appreciate it. And welcome to everybody to this gathering. Stafford?
Excellent. Santa George. Can you hear me, Santa George? I think he might be traveling because he just
Yep,
froze.
no, my button was mute. I am on the road, but that's okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And glad to see so many faces up and on this morning. I am Santa George. I am hailing from Clarksville, Indiana, by way of Louisville, Kentucky. So I'm right on the Indiana-Kentucky line. So no one ever knows where little small Clarksville, Indiana is, but everyone knows where Louisville, Kentucky is, home of the Kentucky Derby. So that's me. I started out being Santa like some of you did, just at home. I started 30 years ago when my two oldest kids were 6 and 7. Took them to the local mall. Of course, back then, we didn't have a lot of options in terms of Santas of color. So we waited in line for a couple of hours, got up to take the picture. Daughter started crying. I made her take the picture anyway. We got in the car, looked at my wife and said, we're not doing this again. From now on, I'm going to be their Santa. And we went out and bought a cheap suit, I think from Kmart. And I started just putting it on for my kids at the time. And it kind of just morphed from there. I'm also a professional photographer. So many years later, I started doing private sessions at my studio. And then from there, we went public. And now I am traveling the country with Cherry Hill Photos and some other individuals who have malls. And I'm primarily a mall Santa. I do some private events, but primarily I do the mall. So I've been in it for about 30 years. So it's been a wonderful experience. Like most of you, when older African-American men and women come, they are just taken back by the fact that there's an African-American Santa because they haven't seen one before. And I don't think I've been to a mall where someone hasn't walked up to me and just tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
And I'll just share this with you really quickly, and I'll yield back to Braxton. Last year, I was in Sarasota, and there was a white mother who had some mixed children who came to the set. And before she left, she was literally in tears saying, I just can't believe I have an opportunity for my kids to see a Santa that looks like them, because they had never had a Santa at that mall of color. So we're breaking barriers, and we just need to stay on track and continue to do the right things, and all shall be well. Back to you, Braxton.
Great, man. Don't tell me representation don't matter. Santa D.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. How you guys doing? I am Santa D. Sinclair, otherwise known as the Real Black Santa. Been doing this now. This will be my 23rd season. Like you guys, I got into business for a different reason. When I started, I was an insurance salesman, got in it because the gentleman I was teaching the class when I was renewing my license was a Santa Claus, big burly white guy. He's still actually doing it to this day. And his phone just kept ringing off the hook. Every time we took a break, he was on the computer doing something. And I questioned him and asked him, was it lucrative? And he says, man, I made about $28,000 last year. I said, "Squeeze me?" He said, $28. I said, "Santa only works about 2 months out of the year." He says, "Yeah, about 6 weeks." And I was like, wow. And I got into it from May. May to November, grew my beard and started handing out cards and going around. And because he also told me that Black Santas were in demand. And I was like, okay, I can do this. Came home, talked to the wife, and she's like, if you want to, because I had a little line in the goatee, it's just a little shorter than Stafford has now. And got into it, did my first show, and I worked for Hartsfield Airport here in Atlanta, Georgia. And they did an event called Holidays at Hartsfield, and I've been doing it ever since. And I did the event, and they bust in 700 kids.
Woo!
Yeah. 700 kids, and I mean, all color, shape, sizes, faces. When you're looking at these kids, they were just, oh, it's Santa, it's Santa. And I came in on a Segway, and they were trying to rip Santa off the Segway, and it was exciting. It was exciting. And I'm telling you, that instant, it went from, dude, I can make money at this, to, dude, what a feeling. And I mean, listen to me. I tried calling on my buddies to say, hey, I need to talk to you. I mean, I was calling my partners back in New York. Man, I need to tell you how this was. Couldn't call my mom because my mom was with me. Couldn't call my sister. She was my agent. She was with me. Called my wife. She's an IT tech. Man, I ain't got time to talk to you. I've got 3 computers in front of me. Nobody to tell how exciting this was. And I've been a mall Santa. I do a lot more private and corporate events now. But I tell you what, the feeling has not changed. The joy of watching the kids' face light up, joy of watching elderly. I mean, I can tell you the oldest person I had sit on my lap was 88 years old. She told me she could die at this moment. It was, and I'll never forget, it was 2008. She said, I saw my first Black president and I see my first Black Santa. I could die today. Please don't, mother. But that's the feeling that it leaves. And I am so glad to see what I am seeing each and every day. I've gone from literally telling you that when I started, I could count on one hand how many Black Santas I've seen throughout the country. And now to see that just in our group alone, the Santas of Color Coalition, we've got over 73 members. And when you're looking at all the different ways of reaching Santa, there's so many more Santas out there, and to see so much representation of what we do and what we are, it makes me excited. I've told Stafford and I've told George and Santa Warren, this is exciting to me. I've been on since I got up since about 7 o'clock trying to make sure everything was working. Excited. I am happy to have you guys in this journey with me, because I tell you, 5 guys and the gentleman from New Orleans, my heart broke when he passed away. My heart broke. I mean, he was doing it for about 45 years, just like the gentleman that was doing it at the mall that I started. When he passed away and I had to take over, my heart broke. And I am so glad, and I'm gonna say it again, so glad to see each and every one of you guys representing us, representing your locations that you're living in and traveling throughout the country like George. Thank you, and thank you. And make sure that you're reaching out to other brothers that you see. And I'm gonna tell you one thing before I go any further. Make sure that they have love in their heart, because if it ain't about love, they're in the wrong business. I started this because of money, but if it ain't about love, they're in the wrong business. Thank you, guys.
Amen.
And welcome.
Well, guys, that's most of the introductions, except for mine, of course. Somebody has said they wanted to hear a little bit about Santa's just like me. And I came in the business on the negative end. And I say that because I was motivated to start this business because the mall that I was working and photographing the white Santas was not interested in allowing a Black Santa to come sit in the chair. And so when I realized that they weren't going to do anything about it, that's when it was incumbent upon me to do something about it. I'm not one of those guys who's going to sit around and complain, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. I'm going to make an effort. If I can make a change or a positive impact, I'm going to try to do that. And in my search for Black Santa, I came across Warren Keys. minding his own business. This guy runs up to him and hands him a business card and say, hey, if you're interested in being a Black Santa, call me. Long and the short of it, he didn't call me. I'm like, okay, so I'm still trying to find a Santa, but I'm gonna find one somewhere. I'm putting ads in Craigslist, you know, I'm approaching people, I'm gonna find a Santa. I'm a photographer by trade. I did a wedding in May, because when I first saw a Santa, it was in December. Santa Warren, that was. And so that May, I'm doing a wedding. There's a guy that looks like Santa at the wedding. I wait a couple of weeks. I approach the groom. I say, hey, that guy that look like Santa, do you know who he is? Or is he a friend of a guest? He says, no, I've known him for 20 years. I said, this is what I'm trying to do. He says, I'll give him your information. If he's interested, he'll call you. Never called me. So I called the groom back a couple of weeks later. I said, hey, because, you know, you just got married. You know, there are other things that you're thinking about other than, you know, talking to somebody about being Santa. And I said, hey, were you able to get my information to the guy that you knew? And he says, yeah, I gave it to him. I said, well, he must not be interested because I haven't heard from him. Well, he said, no, he said he was interested. So he hung up the phone, called the guy called me, we met. While I'm sharing with him about the Santa business, he goes into his wallet, pulls out his business card, puts it on the table. It was Santa Warren. So 6 months between the first time I met him and the second time I met him, I'm like, you got to be joking me. And so again, one day Warren called me because I was going to buy the Santa suit just in case Warren decided he didn't want to do it in the middle of the season, and I'm stuck without a Santa suit. And I said, Warren, no. He called me. He said, have I bought the suit yet? I said, no, I haven't bought the suit yet. He said, well, don't buy the suit. I mean, what do you mean don't buy the suit? He says, a friend of his gave him a suit to use. So I'm already making money because I ain't had to spend the money for the Santa suit. You know, then I didn't know where to go because I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm originally from Richmond, Virginia. I'm talking to people at where I work, you know, which was at a museum. They didn't know where to go. He said, well, you need to talk to so-and-so who's in well-connected and she's in the administrative office. So I'm gonna go see her. But before I go see her, she's on the elevator beside me. And I'm looking at her, I said, I guess I saw her name badge. I don't really remember, but that's probably what it was. And I said, hey, I'm supposed to see you. And she looked at me like, I don't know who you are. So I told her what I was doing. And she said, you need to go to the Hayti Center in Durham. I got my little portfolio together, got my little spiel, my elevator pitch, went to see them. When I said Black Santa, that was all I needed to say. They were so excited. And we've been with them now for 11 years. And they told me, don't ever let money be the reason why you don't come here. Because, you know, they want a little cut, right? They said, don't ever let money be a reason why you don't come. And so I'm just saying all that, you know, God will definitely direct your path. And he brought all of this together. Here we are, you know, 11 years later. We have been on Good Morning America. We have been on National Public Radio a couple of times. We've been in Our State magazine in North Carolina, major publication. 3 times, Warren? You've been twice, right? Then one of my other Santas got interviewed. He's got in the magazine, newspapers. So, you know, I'm first Black Santa in a major parade in the Raleigh-Durham area. So all of this to say that I had no idea when I started this 11 years ago that it was going to take me down this path. And now I'm meeting with all you guys, looking for other Santas, trying to continue to build a business, not for money's sake, but because there's not enough of you guys. There's not enough of us to go out here and to service all the people that want to see a Santa of color, which is why we're here this morning, which is why we have put together this collective education with these Santas that have been doing it. I guess our collective Santaing has been over 80 years. So there's a lot of knowledge here. You know, there are mistakes that have been made that you don't have to make because these guys have made it, we've made it, and we want to help you not to make the same mistakes. Make some new mistakes. Don't make the same mistakes we made. And grow from this. So that's why we're here this morning. And I'm going to stop talking and get on with the presentation because I don't want to keep you all day. So just give me a moment to share my screen. And let's see here. Do I even have it up? No, thought I had it up. Let's go back and get it. But if anybody want to say something while I'm doing this, that'd be great. So you don't hear me all day long.
I think one of the things that I want to get out of this organization is basically like you said, the knowledge and the insight. I mean, even though I've been around for some time, just the business aspect of this is very overwhelming sometimes and daunting. And you want to make sure, at least for me, and I know for you guys as well, is always quality over quantity. Right. You know, it's the experience. And one of the things that I love about this is being able to, and people have reflected on this already, just the experience of just everybody just seeing Santa and being in the moment, and the fact that you will, or you are the family's memories for years to come. And I think that's a very honorable task. And I just want to make sure that I'm delivering the best quality product. That's what I want to do more than anything else, because money is whatever, but it's just the fact that you're going to be somebody's Santa pretty much for their whole life, you know, for their kids, and you know, whatever the kids may be, as long as you're living. So I really just want to get some insight on just how to maintain, manage, and even try to recruit other Santas, because like I said, I'm from Chicago, and there's only 2 of us that are professional. I say 2 of us that are professional, meaning that we actually, you can find us online and you can book us. The rest of them are just, you know, guys in suits and whatever that may be. That's cool. But I really want to try to recruit other people to branch out, because Chicago is huge. Yeah. Chicago is huge. And I can't be everywhere. I can't be everywhere, let alone the same day. So yeah, I need to fix that.
Cool. Brother Dreezy, can I say one thing? You said something that kind of touched on that which is one of the reasons that myself, Stafford, and George have really come together on this. You said they're just other guys in suits. See, I don't want to see that. Let me tell you why I say that. 23 years of doing this job, 23 years of being professional, 23 years of doing exactly, and watching kids grow up and having that family come back to me over and over again. I got triplets that when I met them, they were 1.5 years. When they were getting ready to go off to college, they were calling Santa, we're going to this college, we're going to that college. But listen, I got all 3 of them, and we to this day, they still reach out, and they're grown kids in college. Wow. Reach out to this day and say, hey, Santa, this is what we're doing. Listen, we're so excited, and they keep in touch. I want to see, I like generational growth, and which is what I'm saying. But what I don't want to see, and just Stafford, you heard me say it several times, I don't want to see that brother that's just going down to Party City, buying a suit with that Naugahyde belt, putting on them pull-on boot covers, and then turn around, grab a child the wrong way, and first thing they say, you see how that N-word Santa messed up for everybody? Right. I don't want to be put in that category. Right. One of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing today. So they're not just brothers in suit. They can be the element that take us back 200 years. They can be the element that take us back to losing what we are trying to achieve today. So what I'm saying to you guys is, when you see those brothers in suit, reach out to them. Yeah. Get them to join our groups. Yeah. Get them to do what we're doing. Get them to learn the same thing that we're learning, so that we don't have that brother that's going to take us back 50 years, take us back 100 years. That's going to cause us to lose the professionalism that we're trying to develop and build, right, and be out there. So when you see those guys, reach out to them. Yeah, one news report. Listen, that's all. And the first thing they're gonna do is categorize all of us.
I didn't even think about that. That's scary. I didn't even think about that. You just said that. Thank God, knock on wood or whatever, that hasn't happened yet. But that's a scary thought, to think that somebody can mess up your whole demonstration.
Right. And they'll be looking for it, because this thing is so beautiful. It is.
And say it again. That's exactly my concern from Stafford. When Stafford and George and I got together, that was the first concern that I have, and I'm still to this minute. Listen, I don't want anybody. I would rather everything that I know, I would teach it. I don't want to pay for it. I'll teach you everything I know, because I don't want you to take me backwards. Yeah. Yeah. Amen. I don't want you to take me backwards. Amen. And that's the first thing they're going to do. The first time one of us I mean, it's just like everything we do. The first black lawyer, first time that lawyer messed up, oh, you see how all these N-words do? I don't want that. And I'm passionate about that. And that's why I'm here this morning. I'm sorry, guys. I'll keep quiet till it's my turn to talk.
Don't lie, Santa D. Just to let you guys know the flow of this morning, we do have built-in breaks because I don't know about you, but once I got a certain age, there are things that you got to take care of. So we've got the built-in breaks. We do have a break at 12 for lunch, about 30 minutes. So just jump off and come back. And then like I said, we've got some question and answer sessions. So, and if you need to do what you got to do, just step off, do what you got to do and come back. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm recording this. And so we'll try to make this available afterwards, just in case you do miss something. But that's basically going to be the flow of today. So here we are at the School of Being Santa.
Hey, Braxton, real quick, I just want you to know I'm here, even if I'm not on camera. I want you to know that I'm here. Just call my name and I will, come right into whatever it is you need me to do. And I'm here and I'm listening.
Okay.
I just can't always be on video.
Gotcha.
Not
a problem. Yep. We've already seen your pretty face, so we know what you look like.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So initially, guys, what we're going to start out with are these subjects here: the specialness of Christmas, the uniqueness of being a Santa of color, what every Santa should know, the clientele, and the visit. Now, that's just some of it. We got a lot more that we're going to be dealing with. But let's go ahead and get it rolling. So we also want to be talking about the professionalism of being Santa, because like we've already heard, and I probably don't really need to say much more about this, is that we want to be professional. We want to be on top of our game. When we're Santa, we're always Santa. And that's the thing that a lot of the guys that have been doing Santa for a while realize, is that I'm not just Santa when I have on the red suit. Anytime I'm out in public, people are looking at me because especially if you keep your beard year round and you look like Santa. So everything you do is going to reflect on being Santa. Also, knowledge is very important, which is why you're here this morning. There is a plethora of information that we need to know, that is available for us to know. And for us to do that, we've got to look at continuing education, because this one little course we're doing today is not enough to teach you everything that you need to know. There are going to be things that you will be continuing to learn throughout your career of being Santa. And that's really where we wanted to get to. We don't want to just be Black Santa. We just want to be seen as Santa. That to me is my goal anyway. But of course, I have to promote it as Black Santa because people need to know what it is that we're providing. And like we had a situation this year at the mall where a white man and his two kids have been standing in line for over 20 some minutes, and they didn't even know Santa was Black till they came around the corner. And when they came around the corner, you could tell that he was shocked. He had such an angry look on his face. He snatched his two kids' hands and got out of the line. And I'm like, I ain't mad at you.
There you go.
The reason why we're doing what we're doing, because there are a lot of us that don't want to go to a white Santa. So, I'm not upset with that. But the vitriol that he was expressing, that wasn't necessary. Just go ahead and get out of the line, go where you want to go. Don't look like you want to shoot somebody just because you realize that now it's a Black Santa there instead of what you're used to. And so
I wish I could have been there.
Excuse me?
I wish I could have been there to see his face.
Oh my God.
I seen a few of those. I seen a few of those in my day. They weren't overt about it, but they definitely was like awkward. Like, I don't want to pull out, but I definitely don't think that this is the look I want. So yeah.
The ones where we were overt about it.
Let me tell I told Stafford this story. I have and I tell it on every interview that I do from CNN. I did this with Don Lemon. When I was in the mall, this mom came. First mall I worked Santa. I was the Santa in the afternoon. This white Santa was in the morning in the chair, and I was in the afternoon. She must have came in the morning, saw Santa, came back with the kids. They were dressed immaculate. They had that, that Christmas color, that Christmas swatch color red, and they came back, and the little girl was ready to go. She was excited, and Mom looked over. She saw me, and she's like, let's go. And the little girl's like, Mom, it's Santa, it's Santa. That's not the Santa we're looking for. Come on, let's go. But Mom, it's Santa. Yeah. I say this, and this is my tagline. And if you guys steal it, I got no problem. Kids don't see color. They see the fat man in the red suit, and they know he's bringing gifts. They don't see
kids
color.
see the suit.
Community, our families, or whatever that we are, say that this is not right. Kids don't see color. They see the fat man in the red suit. I'm telling you.
That is so true. And
I gotta get fat.
no, you don't have to get fat.
No, because guess what? You ain't got to be fat to be jolly. Remember that.
No, that's right.
I'm still my tagline now. I got you now.
Yeah, it is. It is so true that we're going to encounter things like that, but the majority of the people aren't like that. We saw so many white families this year that they didn't know it was a black Santa until they got around the corner, and they went and visited with Santa. I mean, we've had old teens, young kids, older white people that I didn't think would ever go and see a black Santa. I'm talking like men in their 60s and 70s going over there and seeing black Santa. I got the proof. I got the images, so it ain't everybody, but sometimes those few can make enough noise to irritate the mess out you. But we got to keep on doing what we're doing. So invest in yourself. Like I said, you can go on YouTube and you can find a lot of stuff about being Santa. We can learn from the Santas that have gone before us, white and black. So take advantage of that opportunity to continue your education, to continue to improve your gear. I'm not mad at the people who had to go to Party City if that's all the money they got. The Bible says, despise not the days of small beginnings, but you don't want to stay there, because I hate those spats too, man. I hate them with a passion. But yeah, so that, and the aspect about achieving greatness is like, always have the mentality of being Santa, because again, you don't know who's watching you. You don't know who's listening to you, and so you want to be careful to protect your brand. Like, I think it was Santa D that said, no, Santa George was talking about protecting your brand. That is very important. All right, let's see if I can get this thing to cooperate with. Oh, matter of fact, we just had Santa Joe join us. Santa Joe, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone.
Santa Joe, give us a little bit about yourself. I sent the link to Santa Joe late. That's why he just getting here. So please forgive me, Joe.
No issues. My name is Santa Joe. I think I've been doing this now for about 5 years, Stafford.
That's about right. Yes, sir.
It was Santa Warren that got me interested in it. I really enjoy doing this. I look forward every year to doing it. And I've been passing the word out. And as Stafford was saying, we have such a diverse clientele now. I did a event at the Durham Hotel, and the majority of people that came in were white. And they stood on a long line just to take a picture with a black Santa. So that was amazing.
Yeah. Times are changing. Hey, Joe, because I think your background is interesting, tell them what you did after you came down from the big city to the country.
I drove a special needs bus for Wake County through a private transportation company called AA&D. And I had the best experience of my life working with special needs children. These children are confined to wheelchairs. A lot of them don't make it past the age of 8 or 9. And just picking them up every morning and seeing them smile, it gives you such a perspective on life. That things that we complain about, and these kids are being fed through a feeding tube. They can't verbally communicate with you, and they're just so happy to see a bus come down the road to pick them up, and it just brought a lot of joy to my heart. I used to get up at 4 a.m, and I didn't have to be to work till like 6. But I like going there early and getting the camaraderie with the fellas, the other drivers, and then getting on the road picking up the kids.
Yeah, so God was preparing you for this job, buddy.
Yes, he did.
And look, Santa Pat just joined us. Santa Pat, you're gonna see his picture in a little bit. You there, Santa Pat?
Yeah, I was just getting off of mute. How's everyone today?
All
Hang in
right.
there, brother. Enjoying the day.
Good, good. I'll admit, I'm not sure how long I may be able to hold up. I had an opening last night for an opera that I'm participating in. And at the cast party, I think I got a hold of something that didn't agree with me. And I have a stomach virus this morning that's not
I'm sorry to hear
agreeing.
that, brother.
So I may, black out, but I'll be listening, but I'm here.
Okay.
All right.
Where are you from, Santa Pat?
Houston, Texas is home for me.
All right.
And what I'm going to ask you guys to do at some point is to drop your email into the chat, because we want to be able to keep up with everybody. And I know some of you are in the same, Facebook groups and stuff, but I'd like to have that information. Because Santa Pat, I had somebody from Houston looking for a Santa last year. You were probably booked, but I want to be able to throw that business your way.
Okay.
So,
sounds great.
Amen. So, all right, we're going to keep it moving, folks. As I think my first break is supposed to be at 10 o'clock. Does anybody need to take a break?
No.
We're good?
I
Okay.
think if they need bathroom break, they can go as they need. We just lock out and go.
No, you got to raise your hand. You got to raise your hand and ask to go to the bathroom. I'm just joking. All right. So we all grown here. So anyway, the first thing I want to talk about is the specialness of Christmas, because as you all know, without Christmas, there is no Santa Claus. Okay. But really, the purpose of Christmas is really to point to Christ. And so we're looking at the fact that because of Christmas, we see that God keeps his promises. We also know that if there ain't no Jesus, there ain't no Christmas, and there is no Santa Claus. So we all owe our existence to the Savior. And I make no bones about that whatsoever. I know all about Norse legend. I knew all about all the other things with the Santa Claus, the reindeers and the sleigh and all that. But the reality is we are celebrating the birth of Christ. We all know that Jesus wasn't born on December the 25th. But be that as it may, we are still celebrating the birth of Christ. So we're going to be talking about these things. So let's go ahead and keep it rolling. Santa's aliases, the story of St. Nicholas, all of these things come into play when we talk about the specialness of Christmas. So here we are, we're talking about, again, God and what he has promised mankind. We know what happened in the garden, but all of this didn't catch God off guard. He knew what was going to happen. He'd already had a plan laid out. It says in the Bible that from the foundation of the world, the Lamb was slain. So in Isaiah 9:6, because we need to know the origin of Christmas. Isaiah 9:6 says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us what was given." I forgot what the scripture says, but he was given to us. Isaiah 7:14 talks about that a virgin is going to conceive and bring forth a child, and we would call him Emmanuel. So if you don't know these verses, I will get them, write them down so that you understand what Christmas really is about.
Or have your Bible at hand.
Have your Bible in hand. And look, nowadays on your phone, I got about 50 versions of the Bible at my fingertips.
Amen.
We are blessed.
Truly.
There's no excuse for our ignorance these days other than willful ignorance. Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 said they came wise men from the east. Now, and I was sharing this with Santa Warren the other day. I said, at my house, I'll have a nativity scene up on the island, but it's just Jesus, Mary, and Joseph and some animals. The wise men are somewhere else on their way. Because if you continue reading the story in Matthew 1, it says that when the wise men got there, Jesus was already in his house.
Yeah.
They didn't show up at the manger. And we say there are three, but we don't know how many there were. They say three because of the three gifts, the gold, the frankincense, and the myrrh. But we don't know how many there are, because usually when they traveled like that, they traveled in a caravan. So it could have been a whole bunch of folks showing up at Jesus' house. But we have to get away from the traditions of men and get to what the truth is. And the Bible has given us what the truth is. I was watching a National Geographic show on the Bible, and they had the wise men showing up. I was just getting mad. I said, didn't they read the book? The book is very clear that they didn't show up. But anyway, I digress. And then we go back to, again, the origins of Christmas. We have the story of St. Nicholas. And, you know, all the images that I saw of St. Nicholas growing up, he was white. Well, I come to find out, I'm going to go back to the aliases, guys. I come to find out that a lot of the iconography of St. Nicholas in the early days had him represented as a man of color.
That's right.
So here are all the images that I found, you know, in the early days of of him being depicted. Now, of course, as time went on, they seemed to mysteriously, I can't get the words out, mysteriously lighten up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but if you go to, and somebody was supposed to show me some images of him, but they said,
I haven't found them. They're on the other computer. I'm looking for them. I ain't found them yet.
Look, all you had to do was laugh. Nobody else knew it was you. But they said at his burial place, they have all these images of him, and he's dark complected.
Yeah.
You know, so Nicholas, he was Nicholas of Myra, and he ended up becoming a bishop of Myra, just as I've got listed here. He was born in Asia Minor, died in around 6 BC. He was of Mediterranean descent, so his complexion was not white.
And if you guys, by any chance, I'm not. This is not a tag for myself, but if you go to my website, there's a link on there that says St. Nicholas, how a bearded black bishop from Turkey becomes America's favorite white saint. It's an article from the Turkish Times.
I need to get that myself. Can I steal it and put it on my website?
Oh, please do. It's on the website is The Real Black Santa, and I'll put that in the chat. And it's on there, it says St. Nicholas, how a bearded black bishop from Turkey becomes America's favorite white saint.
Wow. And again, you got Eastern Orthodox churches, which are European in nature, and he is portrayed as a man of color.
Right.
He was a rich man. His parents died and left him wealthy, but he used his wealth to bless people that were in need. And, you know, the story goes that there was a man who had 3 daughters. And because of the fact that those daughters did not have a dowry, because, you know, in them days, if you wanted to get married, you need to have some money for a man to be interested in you. It wasn't about love. So he heard about the fact that this man was getting ready to have to turn out his daughters. He was going to have to get ready to sell them into slavery because there was no hope for them to get married. And he was throwing gold through the windows. One story says he threw 3 at one time. Another story says he threw a bag of gold 3 times consecutively.
For each daughter.
Right, for each daughter. And that they landed in the stockings, which is why, you know, they hang up stockings by the fireplace or in the shoes. But to be that as it may, the story continues on that because of this, the daughters were saved, you know, from destitution and from slavery. And so he became the patron saint of the protection of children. And there's some other gruesome stories about St. Nicholas, not about him, but about the things that he saved kids from. So if you ever do any research, and I've got some references down here, Wikipedia and stnicholascenter.com.
He's a patron saint of sailors, which is how the story of Nicholas came to the Americas. You know, when the Dutch sailors used to travel, they used to tell the stories about their saint, Santa Claus. This is how the story then became Santa Claus. Because, you know, when we come to American shores, we change it to what we want. And they became Santa Claus instead of Santa Claus, which is how you say in Dutch, how you say St. Nicholas, Santa Claus.
One of his aliases. You know, so that's the story in a nutshell. Of course, it's more detailed than this, but I didn't want to take 1.5 hours, 2 hours talking about this. But just the reality that if anybody should be Santas, men of color should be Santas.
I have a
St.
question.
Nicholas is what he started out as, and this is where he is today.
I have a question, Stafford.
Ask.
Is Santa Claus anywhere in the Bible? Because I'm asked that question a lot.
Oh, of course not. You're not going to find Santa Claus in the Bible. You're not going to find the word Christmas in the Bible.
So would this be considered a pagan holiday or a pagan?
It started out as a pagan holiday. During the Roman days, they celebrated what was called Saturnalia. Saturnalia. So however you say that word, which was a very debauched celebration, drinking. It was in reference to the winter solstice, you know, the shortest day of the year. And then, you know, after the 21st or 22nd, it goes from the shortest day to the days starting to be reborn, and time starts getting longer again, or the days become getting longer again. And so the Catholic Church was trying to appeal to all these heathens to become Christians. And so what they did is this is what I call it, sanctifying the holiday. So they took this debauched holiday celebration and Christianized it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, which is how we ended up with Christmas, which is Christ Mass, which is really a Catholic thing, which is how St. Nicholas came in. Because St. Nicholas was a Catholic bishop. So that's the basic origins of it, because as I said earlier, Joe, we don't even know when Jesus was born. We really knew it wasn't December 25th because it was too cold and the shepherds would not be out in the field with their sheep at that time of the year.
Amen.
You know, so they think it was more toward the springtime,
Right.
you know, April, May, than December. But December was chosen because of what I just shared with you, of trying to get the heathens to come in, which watered down the church. It is what it is. And so, you know, there is no command to celebrate Christmas. You know, you could celebrate it or not. It ain't gonna hurt Jesus's feelings, you know, whatsoever. But what my thought was when I got involved is that I'm not gonna change people's traditions about St. Nicholas. In other words, they're gonna celebrate Christmas whether I'm doing this or not.
Exactly.
But
True
what I
that.
wanted to do was to help people take it from the secularization that it has gone through and bring it back to the focus on the Christ. You know, one of the banners that I have says Jesus, Santa is cool, but Jesus is the reason for the season.
Well, my
That's right.
statement is you can't have Christmas without Christ, because the first 5 letters is what?
Yeah.
You can't have Christmas without Christ.
And people try not to do it. I mean, they try hard. And they end up not experiencing the joy that they really could have. You know, the joy that God intends for us to have. So that's my answer in a nutshell. Anybody else want to add anything to that?
Like I said, my statement again to everybody: you cannot have Christmas without Christ. The first 5 letters say Christ, and that's all you got to remember. And I teach that all the time. Like I said, I'm a faith-based Santa. I will not say Happy Holidays. My thing is Merry Christmas, because it's about Christ, and this is what I do, who I am, and how I live my life.
Amen.
All right. Thank you
I
so
remember,
much.
when I was working at the mall, I would wear buttons that said, wise men still seek him, or Jesus came for us, or something. And I had the manager of the mall come up and read my button one time. I was like, okay, here we go. We're getting ready to have a fight. And he says, I like your button. So I started handing out buttons to people.
Yeah.
I just started, so it became a ministry for me that I would buy extra buttons every year. And people would ask me about the buttons. I'd give them a button, you know? So anyway, that's it in a nutshell. All right, I need to back up to the next point was the aliases of Santa. Let's see if I can get this thing to go back to y'all. So here we go. Some of them have already mentioned it. Of course, there is Santa Claus down toward the bottom that Santa D was talking about from the Dutch. Kris Kringle is an American variation. St. Nicholas, of course, referring to the bishop. Papa Noel, you know, I've heard that as Hispanic saying that. Then you got Jolly St. Nick.
Bobo Natale.
Babbo Natale, Italian, and Père Noël, which is French. So, and of course, you know, I didn't put the German one up here because there was no way I was going to be able to pronounce it.
Schwarzapik.
Yeah, you. So,
you
gotta
know him, man.
And then there's also an Asian Santa, Shang Den Lao Den.
All right. Anybody else got somebody?
Now say that one again for me.
Shang, Sheng, Dan, Dan, Lao, Lauen.
Outstanding.
So every culture has their name for Santa Claus or St. Nicholas. And so just something to be aware of. So the next thing I want to talk about is the uniqueness of being a Santa.
Did I hear someone say Papa Noel?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got my earpiece in, so I didn't.
No
I missed
apology
it.
needed, brother.
Okay,
No
got you. Go
apology
ahead.
needed. So as far as the new guys that have shown up, you know, these are the things you want to ask yourself. Why do you want to be here? What's motivating you to be a Santa? You know, some of you shared that information when you were registering. But that's very important to look into your heart and find out what it is that you really want to do and why you want to do it. As you heard with Santa D, he started out for the money, but he realized it was deeper than that. You know, and so that's where you want to get to, the deeper meaning of what it is that you're doing, because when you deal with some of the things that you're going to encounter, maybe not everybody's going to have to encounter something that's negative. But I didn't intend on doing this, but I'm gonna see if I can bring up this one phone call that you guys can hear. And these are calls that I get on a regular basis. I have people that look up Black Santa's phone number just to call and say some of the most ungodly stuff that you could hear. And it's a shame. But this is their lives. This is what they, let me see if I can find it now, because I wasn't planning on doing this. Okay, I'll try to turn this up loud. Go ahead.
You already got it, Stafford? Because I wanted to say something and from the standpoint of doing business. Just real quick, if you're doing Santa, make sure you have a business number and your personal number. Make sure that you're giving out your business number if you want, because I promise you, I told Stafford and George this the other day, I've had calls at 3 o'clock in the morning because I've given out that phone number. But first one, folks either want to cuss you out for being Black Santa, or they give it to their kids to call you, and their kids are calling at 3 o'clock in the morning, and mommy and daddy don't know they're up.
Yep.
So make sure, from a business standpoint, you have a separate number, a number that you don't want folks calling at 3 o'clock in the morning, your personal. Give them the business number and let them call. We have a thing called an answer machine. We can pick it up.
Man, ain't nobody got no answer machine no more, man. We got voicemail.
Well, that's I'm aging myself. Okay.
But I have a phone number. I have a business phone that comes to my regular phone, but I can choose when it rings and when it doesn't. You know, so I can shut it off. Like I got it ringing between 9 and 7. And after 7, I can't get any numbers, no calls on this number. And I forget that sometimes. And I get my number out and I was like, oh, they trying to reach me, but they can't get me because it's not ringing. But here's this phone call. Let me not get off the track here.
Bell from Texas. I'm sorry, my husband's had a couple drinks and I've just had to sit down and relax. But I'd like to ask why you're representing Black Santas, because I always thought they were white, and I think slaves like you shouldn't be able to be Santa Clauses for white kids. So I think that's very unacceptable. You're disrespecting Jesus, and I think it's very just bad to have a Black Santa. Anyway, have a wonderful day, and thank you.
And what I laughed at was she said, "You disrespected Jesus." I'm like, what? But anyway,
Yeah,
and that's look, I'm not pulling up the one when they use the N-word repeatedly for about like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, and she's speaking from straight ignorance.
Straight ignorance.
Stupidity.
What you got to listen to the fact. I'm calling because my husband had a couple of drinks.
I think she was the one doing the drinking.
You're doing this sober. Okay, no problem.
Have a nice day.
So as a matter of fact, as a result of these phone calls, we had a company come and do a documentary on the Black Santa business this past Christmas. Hopefully we'll see it out in June sometime, but it was because of these negative phone calls. So they were trying to show the seedy side of Christmas, and just some of the things that Black Santas have to endure because of the attitudes that are prevalent in our society. So anyway, we'll see what happens with that. But we have underrepresentation of people of color during the Christmas season. I was asked by NPR, I said, look, when I was growing up, I didn't see Christmas specials that had Black people in it.
No.
You know, and if you did, they were a servant. My favorite movie is It's a Wonderful Life, and the only main Black character that's in that movie was a housekeeper, cook for the family. So you didn't see Black people celebrating Christmas, you know, as if we didn't have any idea that Christmas existed or that Jesus existed. You know, and I was listening to a guy talking the other night, and he was talking about the fact that it was Black Christians that influenced European Christians because of the fact that Black folks got the gospel early. If you guys remember the story of the Ethiopian eunuch in the book of Acts that took the gospel back to the northern part of Africa, and it spread before it ever reached, you know, white Christianity or European Christianity other than the Jews and Rome and all that good stuff. So, you know, our history is long and varied, you know, as far as the reality of Christianity in the Black community. It's not, my dad had a problem with it because he thought it was a white man's religion.
Yeah.
You know, and, but anyway, I'm not going to digress into that. But as we know, children need to see themselves in society. They need to have a positive role model. This is why I am in this business, because I want that positive role model modeled in the Black community. You know, even with all the good Black shows that we got, there's still a lot of negative ones out there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I'm thinking sometimes I just want to go up and smack these people. I said, because you're giving ammunition. You know, you're giving ammunition about how just ridiculous we can be sometimes.
Yeah. You know, symbols are important, and Santa is a symbol. And it's extremely important. We know here in New Orleans, we took down a few of our Confederate statues because we realized the history of that, and the city government realized the history of that, and realized the importance of symbols. And these symbols was representing something that was a false history, if you will.
Right.
You know, representing a lost cause.
You're right. That is so true. And so in the Black community, we need to have that Black symbol. You know, again, another positive role model that kids can look up to and realize, hey, that Santa looks like me. And what was so funny is that when I first started doing this business, the majority of the Santas I had were dark complected. And I had a little girl came up and she was from mixed lineage. She said, when are you gonna have a Santa that look like me? And I'm like, I wanted to say, girl, you don't know how long it took me to find the ones that I got. But lo and behold, I ended up finding a Santa that looked like her. And so I jokingly tell people, I said, I've got the butterscotch Santa, I got the milk chocolate Santa, and I got the 97% cocoa Santa. So I'm covering the gamut. And like I said, we're looking at branching into the Hispanic community next. So, you know, it just continues on. So, and as somebody mentioned earlier, our community deserves quality. You know, we just don't want to put anybody in a red suit out there and to misrepresent. So that's why we're trying to do these schools on a regular basis so that we can instruct one another and share the knowledge that we've gained over the years and help the ones that are coming up behind us. You know, I don't know everything, but I know more than you do. You know, so it's like I can share what I know with you so that you can gain the knowledge and then continue it on. You know, you find somebody who's a few steps behind you and you share the knowledge of what you know. And as we do that, the community grows. And there's plenty of business out here for everybody.
Amen.
We are far from saturating the market. As you heard the conversation that I just played for you, you know, you may be targeted about those that are threatened by what you're doing, because nobody in power wants to give up power.
True.
You know, once you tasted power, you know, it's nothing more intoxicating.
That's what Dr. King said.
Yeah.
Power gives up nothing without a demand.
Without a demand. And we're making that demand. And, you know, and what I want us to be careful is, you know, not to feel like we have to be validated by the other Santas.
Thank you.
You know, and I don't mind, you know, if you want to attend a white Santa school, great. do that. I've done it, just to see what it was like. But I found out that they really didn't know a whole lot more than what I already knew from my 10 years of doing it. They just have a different way of maybe presenting it. And I would like to see us get together in person, to have a group like this, to expand what we're doing and to let them know that we're here to stay. We ain't going nowhere. So whether you want to accept us or not, that's on you, but you're not going to stop me from doing what I feel called to do. So I don't need to be validated or vindicated by you. And like I said earlier, continuing education is important because we can't teach you everything. We don't have enough time. And look, this Zoom session is going to be long enough as it is. So, we don't want to try to put everything that we know into this little meeting because it would just be too long. Somebody commented, this thing is 6 hours long. Look, stay as long as you like.
Amen.
Oh gosh. I mean, we probably got enough material that we could have broken this down into 2 days, but as we all know, life is busy. So just trying to share what we can while we can share it. Any other comments on the uniqueness of Santa, guys?
I think we covered a good deal. Thank you.
All right, whatever Santa should know. So much time. I mean, so little time, so much info. It's a shame that I can't even read it the way I wrote it down. So much info, so little time. So here's the story, guys. It's constantly evolving. I was telling somebody the other day that I was looking at the Santa Chronicles with Kirk Russell in it and talking about a different variation of the Santa story. I mean, his sleigh was different, his outfit was different, his look was different, but yet this movie still did a good thing at the box office and made a lot of money. So everybody should know that 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Basic understanding of where a lot of the traditions come from. The one thing that I find interesting is that in the story, it says a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. Now, we have definitely expanded on that. Santa got a full-size sleigh. Matter of fact, I got a full-size sleigh that I found in the next county and renovated, and we use on occasion, or I rent it out. So the more you're familiar with the story, because the kids are going to ask you, some will, some won't, but if you're ever at a place where you have to read the story, the more you know the story, the easier it is to read it or to pretend like you're reading it. One of the, I think it was Santa D says he just does it from heart. The brother been doing it for 20 some years.
Santa George also memorizes his.
And memorizes this. So
actually, I think we're gonna get into it in a little later on. As a storyteller, one of the things that you should try to do is memorize your stories.
Yeah.
George is adamant about it. George goes through and he learns this, and I've been doing the same. Again, I read basically the same stories year after year, and we just make sure that I know them. And when I read the book, I'm literally just showing the book so the kids hear the story while I'm telling the story. So learn your stories and try and make especially what I do is make it so that I'm telling the story. It's not a second person. I'm the one telling the story of what it is. So for even with 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, when it says that he's looking to see Santa appear, instead of Santa appear, you see me appear.
Yeah.
Get yourself in the story.
Good. Hey, make a plug for your book.
Oh, my love.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy?
Oh, you mean like this? this the hardcover.
Can y'all guys see that?
Can you see it?
No.
No. Well, I got a book. It's called "Teach the Children the True Meaning of Christmas."
All right, hold on. Let me stop sharing for a second. Let's see if I can cut the sharing off. Stop share. We go.
Teach the children the true meaning of Christmas. I'll tell you what I'll do, because I think what it is the virtual background. Hang on a second.
Yes, that's what it is.
And this book just came out, right?
Yes, sir. It came out in January, and I'm loving it.
Newly published. Read us a page, man.
Teach it. Wait. Well,
not focusing.
Not focusing. The very first page of it says, "This is how it happened." I just finished placing the gifts under the tree when I heard a noise in the front of the house. And to my surprise, when I went to the front room, there she was crying over her children's Christmas list. I want. That's all I hear from them. And it's what it is. It's a storybook. I have a storybook and a coloring book where they literally can color. And there it is, where they literally, it's on my page too. So they literally can color the pages. So you see Santa, the same story, where they actually get the page and they can take out the page and color the pages.
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
So I have the story, the read along that I have is a hardcover, and this is the hardcover because it's mine. The hardcover that I read when I take out, and then the coloring book, and they're on Instagram. They're on Barnes and Noble, Target, Walmart, every store. They're in at Books A Million. They're in all the stores.
Excellent.
And this is my story. This is my book for the season. I've been reading this story for over 20 plus years, and I kept saying I'm gonna put it in the book. I'm gonna put it in the book, and the Lord says this is the time. And we did it this season that just went by. And as this is the cover, as you can see right there. Teach the children the true meaning of Christmas, and it has the symbols of the star, the Christmas tree, the holly leaf, the gift, and Santa Claus. And the story about Santa Claus is don't put me in the center because I have to bow down to him, my Lord, my God.
Amen.
Amen.
It's not
So I'd
about
like to
Santa.
encourage everybody to support the brother, buy a book or two.
Amen. Sure will.
Because I guarantee if you were writing a book, you want somebody to buy it.
Truly.
So we should be definitely supporting each other. He didn't even know I was going to do this, guys. So
No, I did not.
No, he did not. But he had the book ready.
Well, listen, it's what you do. You got to know. You got to have your when you're going out to do your Santa gigs. If you're doing them if you're doing in the mall, there's certain things that the mall will only allow you to do. But I do a lot of home presentations. I do a lot of corporate presentations. So I have books, I have games, I have things that I do that most of you guys will not do until you guys decide that you don't want to be a mall Santa. If you're going to, a house party, you want to be able to go to that house party and do more than just go there and look pretty.
Amen.
So,
and this was our first coloring book.
And that's what you got to do. You got to make sure that you have what you need, the tools when you're walking out the door. And that's another thing I'll show you guys later. I'll talk to you guys later about having your a list of the things that you have to have when you're walking out the door. Santa George, you got your hand up. I'm sorry.
Santa George, you acknowledge, sir?
Yeah, I'd take it off mute. So yeah, like Sandy was saying, I memorized a couple of stories during the year. I'm outside, so I need to make sure the sun's not fading my face. I try to memorize a couple stories during the year so that when I go out, and I do this on my private events, don't do it too much at the mall because you don't have that much time. But during my private events, I personalize that story. The rise, reflection, fall of your voice, the animation that you put with the story makes not only just the children, it engages the parents. And the parents will be like, oh, wow, this is like the best thing ever. So guys, I can't tell you the value of being able to recite a story, even if it's as simple the night before Christmas, and making it your own and giving it passion and feel, the rise, the fall of your voice, the cadence. So as you do it, give it give the poem or the story a movement so that folks can keep up with it, and it helps you memorize what it is that you're supposed to say. And that's all I want to say about it.
All right. Well, when we get to the story part, we ain't gonna have to say much because we've said it. We've shared a lot. All right, I'm gonna go back to sharing again. All right, so one of the reasons why we have the image of the jolly Santa in the red suit and the buttons down the front is because of Coca-Cola. They did their ad campaign that back in the 30s, and that pretty much became what was solidified in the mind of America, really the world, of what Santa was supposed to look like. You still see that imagery used today, especially in commercials and things. What I would like to just share is that I think it was 3 years ago, when Coca-Cola did a promotion in Brazil where they had the 18-wheeler trucks with Santa, a black Santa, through Brazil, which was the first time that had ever happened, because the majority, and if I remember the percentage right, the majority of media coverage in Brazil was white, 94% of it. And so for them to have a black Santa was a big deal. And you can Google it and you can see the impact that it had. So people are waking up, you know, they're coming to the realization that, hey, Santa can be a black guy. Surprise, surprise. What I found out, the first representation of a black Santa was Mr. Bojangles, and it was around 1936. And it showed him with one of them, I mean, raggedy looking beards, but hey, he was playing Black Santa. I jokingly, even though I got place of residence as a North Pole, I jokingly say with a lot of parents that Black Santa's from the South Pole, y'all. So, you know, just because he's black and he's from the South, you know. Then of course there are the reindeer. Every Santa should know the reindeer. Do y'all know the reindeer?
Oh yeah.
If you do, put a yes in the comment section. It's only 8 of them. It don't take long to memorize them. Dasher,
Yeah,
Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donna, Blitzen. And Donna's original name was Dunder, but they changed it once they got over here. And as I said earlier, we know about St. Nicholas. He was the Bishop of Myra in the Turkey area, Asia Minor. But like so many other things, he's been culturally appropriated. It's funny that that woman that, you know, did the phone call, she still thinks Jesus is white.
Yep.
Now, I will tell you guys this. There are a lot of people. There was a story that came out several years ago. Megyn Kelly from what's that? The Fox News.
Yeah.
That came out with the story about get over it. Jesus is white and Santa Claus is white. I love her. Most folks don't like her. I love her. I think she's one of the greatest supporters of Black Santa there is. Because as soon as she made that comment, CNN had me at the CNN the next day. They had a limo at the door. They pulled me to CNN. How do you feel about Megyn Kelly? I love her. I thank her. Listen, she was my best supporter.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, true story. They had me, my mom, and my sister. They sent a limo to pick us up the very next day after she made that comment, and I was on CNN.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, so most people don't like Megyn Kelly. I love her. I'd marry her today if my wife would allow it.
That's true. You turn that negative into a positive.
Listen,
there you go.
They had, I mean, literally right outside the door, the limo was the next morning. She's like, can you come on? Yeah, I'll be there.
Truly an advantage of being in Atlanta.
You man, I tell you what.
That's true.
So as people have already shared, you know, if you don't have the love in your heart, the genuine love in your heart, not something that you manufactured just because you put on the suit, you're not going to be as great of a Santa as you want to be. It's not, in my opinion, until you have that knowledge of the Savior, when you really understand what Christmas is about, that allows you to portray Saint Nicholas or Santa Claus or Santa Claus or whoever in the proper light. Because we get a lot of opportunity to help kids realize it's not just about getting gifts. It's also about giving. Because I will ask kids, well, what are you giving somebody this Christmas? Because it's not just on folks. It's better to give than to receive.
Amen.
You know, I've experienced that so many times in my life, where the blessing or the joy of the blessing comes in the giving.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I'm going to share this quick story. This past Christmas, I was closing up the Santa set. And I'm there by myself. And this guy's coming, this white guy dressed in a Santa suit coming through the mall. And I make a comment to him like, man, I wish I knew you were going to be here. I could have put you on the schedule. And he jokingly says, I'm here now. And I said, well, we're closed. And then he says, do you believe in Christmas magic? I'm like, oh, yeah, I believe in Christmas magic. I work at the Santa set. So he pulls out a plastic bag that he got from Walmart, one of those little, you know, just a regular old plastic bag that you put your product in. And he says, hold this for me. And I said, okay, because I don't know any better, right? So I'm holding this plastic bag and he says, I'm going to take this $5. I'm going to put this in the bag and I'm going to show you what Christmas magic can do. And as soon as he said that, there were a bunch of people around him that I wasn't paying attention to. They started putting money in that bag. The last one dropped in the whatever they were putting in and walked away. Didn't say anything. So I'm left there with my mouth agape, holding this bag, wondering what just happened. Somebody's coming up giving me a bag full of money. And I didn't even look at what was in the bag until I got home. And everybody that had put money in put in a $5 bill. And it was 20 people. So I had $100 in that bag. And I'm like, Lord, you know I don't need this money. What do you want me to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like that blessing was supposed to be passed on. And
Amen.
my wife and I went out to dinner on New Year's Eve. We were at this restaurant. The young lady was talking to us. She said, normally it's much more full than this, but for some reason, people just didn't come out. And we knew what we were going to do with that money. And we blessed that waitress with that $100.
God bless.
You know, and I'm not trying to set myself up as, you know, this great giver. I'm just saying that when that money came, it was like, okay, I knew I was supposed to do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the love of Christ that I have in my heart, I wanted to be a blessing. My wife and I wanted to be a blessing to somebody else. And we used that money to bless her. And she said, thank you, because she hadn't made as much as she would normally make working, you know, New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And she started crying. I'm like, Lord have mercy, don't get me crying up in here. So I'm just saying, guys, you know, you don't have to be a believer to portray Santa. You just have to be a believer to portray him right. And again, that's my humble opinion. You're going to encounter kids that don't want to come see you. Don't take it personal. There is a phobia of white beards, of beards, and more so if it's a white beard. Because most kids don't grow up around people that have those beards, and so it's something new to them. Plus, you're a stranger anyway. You know, and again, for most people, most kids, they only know about a white Santa. Mm-hmm. How many of you have been told you ain't the real Santa because you ain't white? Anybody?
The reason I know the things that I know is because they had a fall festival my first season. First season of Santa Claus. Did a fall festival for my sister's kids at their school. And my dad was taking photos, and he loved decorating the photo envelopes. And he had this little kid walk by, and her mom said, hey, look, it's Santa. Don't you want to take a picture? And one of us walked over. He said, no, Santa Claus ain't black. And it hurt my heart.
Of course.
So I went home that day and I went to researching everything I could find online about Santa and being Black Santa. And every time you Googled Black Santa, all that came up was negative connotation. White Santa bring the gifts, Black Santa come in and steal them. Black exploitation movies about Santa. Listen, it was Google has changed. What you see now is because of the years of us doing what we do. Before this, you didn't see the representation of Black Santa that you see now. When I started, and I've done documentaries that will attest to this, when you look at the stuff that came up for Black Santa, it was appalling.
Yeah.
It was degrading. It was heartbreaking. And listen, that's why I say I'm excited about what we're doing here today, to see so many faces of so many gentlemen that want to send the message of, listen, we are here and we're going to do this right. I love you guys, man. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, we love you too, man. This right here, again, somebody already said that, you know, kids don't see color, but the parents do. And the parents have expressed their appreciation so much for what we do. This is what motivates me, is to see that thankfulness in the parent, and they come and tell us every year just how much they appreciate what we are doing. because it gives them the opportunity to be included in the Christmas celebration. Whereas before they didn't necessarily feel that because of what, society has shown us for most of these decades.
Mm-hmm.
Parents love what you guys are doing. And, there are going to always be some that don't appreciate it, that feel entitled, but they are a small minority. I had one parent, first of all, we're doing this, we're still having visits during the pandemic. And she wanted to complain because at this day, the Santa didn't have on a traditional suit. He had on bib overalls and he had on a plaid shirt and a Santa hat. Still looked very Santa-ish to me because he asked me before he did it, is this okay? I said, sure, it's fine. And I had one parent complain about it. And I'm like, really? You need to be thankful that we're even out here.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I feel like. Because I feel like the Santas that did this are putting themselves at risk to be out here to provide you this service.
Yes.
And you want to complain because he didn't have a beard. Now, if he didn't have his beard, okay, that'd be something different. That I can understand. And I've seen so many types of Santa outfits, it ain't even funny. You got the woodland Santa, you got the workshop Santa. I got all kinds of Santa outfits that are out here. And then I had another parent, because there was a technical glitch on the set. And so we started running like 30 minutes behind because the software was not writing to the USB for the images. And so we had to take everybody's information down by hand and with their images number so we could send the images to them after the event. And he went on Facebook and he made the longest doggone post of how we have ruined his 1-year-old Christmas. I'm like, this kid ain't even gonna remember because we were 30 minutes behind. And this is why he doesn't do business with Black people. And I'm saying, you have never been in a situation where there have been technical glitches at major airlines, at major department stores where they couldn't even take money. They couldn't even take a credit card because there was a glitch in the system. Now, how many times have technical issues prevented businesses from being able to do what they do?
Many.
And so
Southwest Airlines.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. So I'm just like, dude, I'm like, please don't ever come see us again. Please don't come. Because you're missing the value of what we're doing. Huh?
I know he's in the car on the way up to the office, so he might.
Somebody mute
he might be here.
I'm hearing a lot of.
You should
Are you
be able
guys
to mute them right
excited?
there,
It's starting to get real, right?
Stafford, you should be able to mute them all.
Oh,
Absolutely.
thank you. Right there.
I was about to put it in his bag.
Thank you. I'm not used to doing this stuff, man, but thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, don't ever underestimate the thankfulness of parents, man. Whew. All right. Does anybody need to take a break? Because being a Zoom can kind of weigh on you for a little bit. Okay. We're gonna keep it rolling. I think somebody else is getting ready to talk in a little bit, y'all. Y'all can take a break from me. So, if I'm not mistaken, Santa Warren? Did I lose Santa Warren?
Here I am. Nope. I've just been sort of in the background.
This is right?
This is yes.
Okay.
Just looking at this slide, we talk about the professionalism, and this is what I want to sort of bring to the fore here, and the engaging part of our interchange with the kids. Now, of course, our main thrust at Santa Just Like Me is taking a photograph. Someone mentioned, how almost overpowering it is when you consider you are the Santa Claus on thousands of people's mantelpieces. You think about that. That's kind of neat. So the encounter with the child is very important. Santa's entrance, some of us are pretty bold in our personality, as we've seen today, and some are mild. But either way, I mean, the point is to be oneself. I'm more of a subtle, quieter individual with the kids, but that's what made, I think, Christmas and Santa Claus special to me when I was a kid. So I'm continuing that now. Being 100% present with the kid, I think, really makes it a special event for the child. So many times we have so many distractions in our lives, especially today with all the electronic devices going on and multiple screens everywhere, and everything is trying to get your attention. But just, imagine that when a child walks into your presence, or you walk into that child's presence, you are focused 100% on them and truly listening to them, watching them, getting cues from them as to where they are, who they are, and sort of trying to match their mood. That way, I think a relationship, brief as it is for this encounter with a photograph, but it still makes it special. Going along with, adapting it to one's personality, my focus a lot of times is to develop a gentleness with children. I'm probably one of the oldest people on this call. I'm pretty sure of that. And I just think of how things are so different for children now than they were when I was a child. And I like to try to capture some of that back year stuff, that more quiet time with people, rather than something always going on, the radio is on, or the music is going all the time, just to develop the gentleness with the child, to make sure that they know that they're being attended to and listened to and loved in that moment. Now, sometimes, as you see on the slide, parents might be required to maintain that mood that you're trying to get, which really does go to the photograph you're trying to take. So, don't feel shy about it. Noticing a parent and getting their attention if a child needs some special instruction. And sometimes you have to think outside the box, of course, and what comes to mind is special needs kids. Sometimes they are, reticent in approach, and we can't feel offended by that, of course. But don't ever, I would say, never try to force a child to come to you, but invite them and make it a warm invitation to them, so that they feel special and feel attended to.
Hey, Santa Warren, share a little bit about some of the things you have to do when the child doesn't want to sit on your lap.
Well, these days, a lot of times I will, depending on the age of the child, and try to, as young as possible, offer them the choice. Would you like to sit on Santa's knee, or would you prefer to sit beside Santa, or maybe stand beside Santa? And then, pay attention closely to what they say. Sometimes a parent will want a child to sit on a lap, and the child really doesn't want to do it. And I always defer to the child's preference, frankly. And I think, even though maybe in that moment that parent feels a little maybe put upon, their authority is being questioned, but I think they quickly realize that, well, that's what the child wants, and we're here for the child. So, like I say, I always try to defer to what the child wants. Yeah. And sometimes, it's really funny that sometimes, we always make instant assessments. I see a child, and say, "Oh, I know that little boy is not going to be sitting on anybody's lap," and he's the first one who says, "Oh, I'll sit on the lap." So you never know.
And there have been times when the Santas have gotten out of the chair.
Oh yeah, I've been known to do that too.
And hide behind the backdrop.
And let the child sit in the chair, then I maybe peek over the side. They never know I'm there. Of course, that's a thing that outside of the box, when the child is just not being cooperative, but yet, we think we can come to an agreement to where we can get a smile. So, we do what we need to do.
Yeah. Santa D, I saw your hand up.
I had my hand. Listen, it's after years, and you as you begin to do this, the more you do it, you'll realize what child will be that child that you need to, or I'm not going to be wanting to come there, stand, and you'll see the reaction from the kids. You have to pay close attention to all the cues that the kids are giving you. My thing is, I am never going to force a child to sit on Santa's lap. You have parents that, and one of the photos that I hate the most is that photo of that screaming, crying kid that's terrified, because you have kids that are, what you're doing is planting a seed in their head of terror. And your parents want that photo. They don't care if it's good, bad, or indifferent. They want that photo, but you're messing with that child's psyche. I have adults that are now still to this day scared of Santa because parents forced them to do what they did when they were kids. So you have to remember how it can affect someone's mental stability later on as they grow up. If I can't get it, what's the first thing we teach our kids when we, as parents? Don't talk to strangers. Don't take candy from strangers. But what's the first thing we do when we go to the mall? We put the kid on Santa's lap and we run away. That's the first thing they do. They run away. So if I can't, as a Santa, if I can't coax this child by either magic or just being friendly, that child can either sit in the chair by himself and I'll sneak around the corner, or I'll come from behind so that, and I've got pictures that will tell you that, oh, this child was terrified, but we still got the photo with a little persistence.
Yeah.
And it's about making sure that we're not messing with this mental stability. Because, I mean, but where adults have forgotten, kids are people too.
Exactly.
Can I chime in, please?
Yes.
Just real quick, because I don't want to get lost in the conversation. About that, I work with children full time, so I'm very mindful about that whole thing, and I make sure to let the parents know that if their child is crying, then let's find other means of taking a picture or whatever the case may be. Some people don't mind that as their memory because some kids are just like that. I mean, you can't win them all, but and of course, there's different circumstances as well. But I really try to maintain that what you just said, Senator B, because I'm mindful about them crying and throwing tantrums and stuff like that, because they're not familiar with you. Babies is one thing, but when they're old, babies are babies. Right. But I'm talking about like the toddlers, the toddler age. The ones that kind of know what they think, kind of know what's going on, but don't really know what's going on. But they're kind of like, surprised by everything. And you could be scary. You could be quite a scary person, even though you don't look scary. But to them, terrified. Even they looking at you up to that point till it's time to get in your lap. And I call it the Christmas story routine, where they are like real cool up until the point they get into your face. And then it's like, what? And then that's the part that always gets me. But I'm very mindful of that. And that's very good strategy you said about letting them sit in the chair. I never thought about that. And that also brings a little diversity to the pictures, because a lot of people, I mean, it can get pretty mundane sitting in a chair taking all the pictures the same way, give or take. So switching up like that is actually pretty cool technique that I definitely will look into. But I wanted to take a step back for a moment, if I may, about the approach, about your appearance walking in. I want us to kind of talk about that a little bit, because that's what I sometimes struggle with, because the people who book you, I don't know what they expect from you. Like, I don't know, they want you to come in like, being loud or whatever, or because I'm not really loud. I'm subtle. I'm cool. I can go both ways by saying hello, Merry Christmas, ho, 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 all of that. But it's like, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to dance. I'm not going to do none of that shuffle and jive stuff for you. But I want to make sure that that my presence is known. So just want to talk about that if I can, or just ask you all about your strategies, because to hear about that gives you more insight to just how to approach everything. Because they ask you, like, how do you come in? Well, we come in with certain music. I personally don't like Santa Claus Come to the Ghetto, I personally don't like that song. Not because I don't think you off. I don't think that where I'm at is the ghetto. So I don't want to give you all that persona of that ghetto persona because, you know, I don't know. It has like a weak connotation to me now. I mean, I know the history of the song, I know the legacy of the song, but when I go to certain places, I don't think that's a song I should be playing. Or they should be playing for us because I don't think you all are from the ghetto or in the ghetto or that mentality of what the ghetto means. So I kind of want to change that. So I just want to get your perspective about that and and how you guys come in when you guys greet everybody.
One question with regards to that question that you're asking. This is just to clarify. Are you talking about a mall Santa or you're talking about personal visits?
I've never done a mall Santa visit. When I do, okay, so here in Chicago, they're mostly personal visits, party visits, like going to parties, like churches, community organizations, businesses, things of that nature, daycares, you know, stuff like that. And home visits. Home visits is easy. You come in and you're pretty much in there. Once you're in the house, you're in the mix, and that's different. But when you're at events, so I will say for events, because we don't really have malls we have malls like that, but our malls is such a different landscape now. So now we go to like personal public events. So people will book you for their parties, and that's how you come in off of that.
Well, for a lot of situations, I know, like Santa D says, they never see him coming or going. You know, he comes there, he's set up before they get there, but a lot of it is just discussing with the clientele what their expectations are. You know, so that's something that I would include in the contract. You know, the way that you enter, the way if you're entering, like I said, like in Santa D's case, he's set up before they even come in. So when he comes, he's already in the chair.
So here's how we and we were supposed to talk about that later on in clientele, but since it's brought up now, let's do this. When you make your contract with your clients, you want to do two things. You want to know that if you're going to, if they expecting Santa, one, you're going to have a parking space close to where you can get in and out of your event. You want to make sure that change. Santa can get in, or if you're going in full outfit, like when I do events, I've usually got 4 or 5 events booked for the day. So I'm coming in suit, and I usually have on either a trench coat over it, or I have a sweatsuit that's made specially that fits over my entire suit. Oh, trust me, man. So I can walk down the hall and you look, why he look like that? But I'm still dressed where you don't know it's Santa. You see the beard, unfortunately my sweatsuits are red, but you see the beard and you know, like he looks like Santa. But at the same time, I don't. So you have to have one, a parking location that's close to where you can get in and out, one without being seen, because if you want the kids to have the experience of not being seen, of Santa being magical, you don't want to be seeing about 50 kids as Santa's walking through the front door. You need to be able to have the kids in the back and Santa come through the front, and then Santa comes out in whatever location he's going to. The other thing is, if they want to give out gifts, you got to have a gift bag, things that you have to set up with the parents prior to you going there. Location, getting in and out. Are you going to have a helper? Or if you're traveling with your own helper, these things you need to have. And you need to be agreed upon before you get to where you're going. Are they going to have someone that's going to be there to greet you? You're going to have someone that's going to be guiding you around, making sure that you're getting to this location without being seen. Or if all these things have to be made arranged, you have to have contact numbers or prior to all this thing being said. I do a lot of personal and corporate gigs. I've gone from the mall to doing this, and I love it. I think it's great, but it's, again, getting all the tools in place before you make that event or going out to that party.
There you go.
If I didn't cover anything, let me know, because I'm always willing to share everything.
Yeah. Got you. And when we were meeting together with the Santas before this, we were talking about the ho-ho-hoing. because technically ho ho hoing is it's supposed to be like a Santa's laugh. So it's
okay.
not always appropriate to be ho ho hoing, you know. So to come in ho ho hoing may or may not be the thing you should do.
See, for example, what I asked the question when the teachers were going through and we were looking at the slides and we were working this out. I asked the question was asked, or I asked the question, when you see in the story and it says Santa laughs and it says ho ho ho, when you're writing, the terminology for a laugh is ho 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 or ha ha ha, but Santa actually doesn't say ho 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 ho. It should be it should be natural. It should be just a chuckle that comes from you and it can build and crescendo to something mass if that's what you want. But it should be, you know, that ho 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 that we hear that Santa has is just how you write a laugh. H-O, H-O, H-O. That's how you write a laugh in a book, in a comic book. Look, go back and read all your comic books. When you get punched, do you hear pow? No, it's just how it's written as a punch. So the laugh should be natural. And listen, trust me, for me to get my laugh now, and I tell folks this, when you hear me laugh on a regular basis, it's Santa-ish. No matter what the joke may be, I'm laughing just like Santa because it took me years to practice it. And I get in the mirror. And after but if they want that, ho, 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 give it to them. If that's what the client wants, give it to them. And there should be a ho, 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 for the inside laugh. Or if you're outside, you're doing a parade. Ho, 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 bird! And you give them what they want.
We might have some ho 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 practice in a little bit.
Listen, do not be scared to get in front of the mirror all day long. And it took me years because like Stafford, you remember before I became Santa Claus, I used to be a personal bodyguard. I used to be a bounty hunter. I never smiled.
He didn't know how to smile.
I have photos in the house upstairs. In the house, you have family portraits where everybody's got a cheese on and I'm sitting like this, stone-faced, because I didn't know how to laugh. Being Santa has brought a laugh and a smile to my face. Didn't do it prior to doing this. So practice, and trust me, it took me years that every time I laugh now, it is just a Santa-ish laugh because that's what it's supposed to be. And even when you chuckle, it should be just a nice chuckle because that's who you are and that's what you want to develop because you're supposed to, especially if you wear a beard all year round, Santa Keys, Santa George, you're Santa 24 hours a day. You're Santa every day of the week. Amen. So it just depends on what and that's another question. When you got that assistant that they're going to give you, find out, do you want me to come in laughing? Do you want me boisterous ho, ho, ho? Or do you just want Santa to come in? Because I come in, I have bells I have a walking stick with bells on it, and you hear the bells coming, jingle, jingle, before Santa gets to where they go. And they're like, oh, wow, is that Santa coming? Things that you do, especially an event like you're doing, Dreezy, you just do certain things that make that magic illuminate. Think about it. You come in and you hear the bells ringing and the kids are starting to look around and they're like, I hear bells. You got your bells just jingle. And this is before you're introduced. They just hear the bells coming. I have a big music bell that has like 40 bells on it. And it sounds like a sleigh coming through when I shake it. I have a walking stick that has bells on the top and I just shake it when I walk, depending on how I go to an event. So
these
again,
are the things we're talking about, investing in yourself.
Yes, amen. And that's how you do this, man. Listen, I said it before, I love what I do. 23 years of doing this, love it. But you got to know how your outfit, the outfits that you wear. Santa George and I were talking about the new fur he's putting on his suit that we just looked at yesterday. These things, and he got suits that are killing. They look great, but he's invested in himself by putting different furs on, by changing the look of the suits. Things you have to do to make this thing work. and I apologize if I ran on. Dreezy, I hope I hit what you wanted to hear, man.
Yeah, you did. Gave me some insight because that was the question that I just wanted to get, squared away, because a lot of people don't know. They don't know what to do with you when you're there. So it's good to be able to open the door and provide those options for them to help them out. So it makes it easier for you,
Well,
to come in.
set your technique, set what you
right.
Because I know when I go somewhere, I know exactly what I want the client to do. And this is how I sent them a sheet. This is what I expect when I get there. And if you're gonna have, if you want to have Santa, you may want to have a bottle of water at the side for Santa. So Santa don't eat on set. The kids will never see Santa eat. Even at the end, if you want Santa to have a plate, yeah, you can put a plate together and somebody will take it outside for Santa. But Santa won't eat inside an event. Certain things that you have to set for yourself so that you have a standard that because then once you set that standard, you'd be surprised how now the client looks at you and next year, listen, I need to have him back. He was on point. He did this, that. Set your standards.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you this, if you learn something different from a white Santa school, make sure that we're doing it twice as much from this school. And this is just how I grew up as a kid. If the white kid was smart, I had to be twice as smart. So we got to make sure we're doing the same. And again, Santa Warren, I apologize for interrupting. Brother Tuesday, I hope I got what you needed.
I think Warren fell asleep.
No, I didn't fall asleep. Interesting. It makes me think of the second bullet point on this slide, to be you, that's sort of the point there, but to be you as who you are, Santa, that kind of thing. Going back to the first point, just age appropriate questions. When I, bring that up, I'm really talking about trying to assess whether the child is in school or not, because I like to ask them questions like, what's your favorite subject in school, or if they're older, I'll ask, what would you like to be when you grow up, and that kind of thing, just to engage them and to, make them know that I'm interested in what they have to say. And a lot of times I like to say it with loud enough so that the parent can hear it too, that the parent knows that this Santa is really concerned about what my kid is about. And boy, when I hear a child say that they are interested in science and math or technology or basically everything, anything, I get very enthusiastic and congratulate them on that and wish them luck. And sometimes I'll even tell a kid, you like math. One day I want to read that you came up with some great theorem about mathematics. I want you to be famous about that. And I think it gives a charge to the parent to hear another adult being encouraging to their child rather than just them being encouraging. Or who knows, maybe it gives them some guidance about being encouraging to their own child. I don't think we can encourage kids too much in a positive manner.
Amen.
And so the third part of that slide goes into personal hygiene. I think the next slide goes into that. I think somebody else. Yeah, somebody else was going to go to that, I believe. Whoa, what's happening here?
I was just trying to find the personal hygiene slide.
Oh, I saw it there a moment. And
well, it was a slide all by itself.
Yeah, there. There it is.
Yeah, there you go. It's yours.
I thought somebody, okay, well, just, being aware was body odor. I mean, come on, we wear a thick red suit with fur on it. It can get kind of sweaty up in there, so you need to take care of that to make sure that you don't present the wrong aura. Of course, bathing regularly. Yeah. I mean, these are basic things, but you have to say them to make sure that people do think about them. The cologne piece, sometimes I think as I get older and the more I know people and the more my nose gets more sensitive to things, maybe no cologne at all would be the best thing. Just to, what you have going on there instead of trying, because it sounds like smells like you're trying to cover something if you have a whole lot of cologne. And sometimes people are actually allergic to it and can cause them discomfort just being in your presence. So you certainly don't want Santa to be doing that. Speaking of discomfort and presence, a fresh breath is always nice to present, especially those of us who who might indulge in adult beverages late at night and the next morning. Remember, that stuff's still hanging around there, so be judicious in what you do. Smoke-free Santa suit, of course. You don't want a kid to walk up and say, I think Santa's smoking those Marlboros again. So, just be aware of those things. Give your suit plenty of time to air out. A good approach, I think, would to have 2 suits or maybe more so that you can rotate them in and out. Always, you'll always have a clean one available if you can do that. I don't know about other locales, but I have found a dry cleaner here in Raleigh, North Carolina, who will do your dry clean your Santa suit for free. I don't know if that's the case everywhere, but they do it in Raleigh, and I love it. And, I've taken my suit in, a couple of times during the season and never bat an eye about, well, you can only do it once a year, but, it's great. So I take advantage of that. I'm not sure what that last line on there refers to there, Stafford. You'd be surprised.
Well, just some of the things that we've got on here. You would think that it's basic understanding.
Oh.
But it ain't. Common sense is not common anymore.
I get you.
Yeah. I was at an event and I met the person before they actually came to me. So these are not to be underestimated. And it's important. So that's why I had that in there as the
I see. I think Santa George has his hand up.
Yeah, I did. So when we talk about hygiene, you all mentioned not wearing any cologne. What I found to be effective for me is Bath and Body Works has men lotion that has a little scent to it. Just use a little bit of that, like on your arms and on your hands. You're gonna have your suit on anyway, but it's strong enough to where, it gives a little fragrance. So in case you get to sweating really, really, really bad, or maybe you're having an off day for whatever the reason, a little bit will go a long way. So I found instead of putting on cologne, using that lotion, it's a lot milder and it's not as heavy, but it does the job. So I just want to interject that in.
And for your suits, guys, just to add in a bonus, Febreze. You can take that jacket off, spray the inside lining with Febreze. The same thing if you're traveling and you have to travel. The same thing when you take your pants off, spray the inside lining with Febreze and just let it sit out while you're traveling. You'd be surprised how much just that will in itself will make that suit not smell like you've been around 50 zillion kids. Because we all know kids have their own fragrance at any given point in time. They've been out, or you have a mom that wasn't mindful enough to say, okay, this baby has a diaper full of poop, but you can take a picture anyway.
Yeah.
So just be mindful and do the right thing, guys. You want to be magical. Santa's supposed to be a character of magic, so you have to have that magical appearance and smell and everything about you. I don't know if we talked about it in regards to jewelry. If I wear a watch, I have a pocket watch when it's on a chain because of Santa, again, is magical. I don't wear rings. I don't wear any kind of jewelry other than the pocket watch. If I decide to put a pocket watch on, I don't wear any jewelry whatsoever. So that Santa, again, because the kid's going to ask you, well, why Santa got on the watch? Ain't you supposed to be no one you supposed to? So, just do things that's going to make it, again, that the character is still magical.
All about the magic.
What about cell phones? What about cell phones?
What about cell phones? They don't belong on the set in my book.
Yeah, if you're contracting with me, no cell phones. As we get ready, look, here it is right there. Go ahead, Santa Warren.
Okay, we'll drop down to set etiquette. Yeah, cell phones, give yourself a break. You don't need it there. That way you can engage 100% with the kid, with the child. That's where my focus is. And of course, the headset thing is just, I hope would go without saying. but I think it's telling if, you know, you got this device in your ear, you're not giving 100% of your attention to that child. Because if that thing goes off in your ear, you know, the first thing you're going to do is hear it and react to it and break your concentration there. So, and just earbuds with the same thing. And safety, you really have to focus on safety, the child's safety who's in your presence, and your own safety. I mean, kids can present some precarious positions there, and they can place themselves in precarious positions. And if you're not careful where they are, they can take a tumble, and you know, you really don't want that. And on that note, I'm sure we have it somewhere on a slide, but make sure that you get yourself some performers insurance. There are several opportunities around. I know we have a slide on there, but I just wanted to say that because part of the safety concern is to not have to use your insurance policy.
There you go.
Hey, George, Stafford, I think Brother Casey has a question up there.
What's up, Brother Casey?
Hey, sorry. Question about insurance. There is, where do you go to get your insurance?
We've got a couple of links at the end that we got for you. We'll talk about that in a little more detail.
Background check.
Direct you in there.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All right. And the engaging part.
I have a question. Sorry about
yeah.
that, Senator. Well, not really so much as a question, but regarding safety. And I know this is, of course, going to be a sensitive subject. But typically for me, depending on the venue, I always make a point, communicate with the coordinator or whomever the homeowner is or whatever the case may be. But prior to arriving or once I get there, I always look for exits. Quickest exit for myself, as well as access to the restroom. But case in point, with the violence that's happening these days, I want to be mentally prepared and aware in case something breaks out, what's my quickest door I can get up out of here. So, smart. Yeah, things of that nature too. And just to touch base too with Dreezy regarding your entrance and all, in cases where I deal with special needs, again, you would have communicated with the person prior to, because I use bells as I enter. But if that person has an audio deficiency, then I won't. You know, so I factor those in prior to communicating, prior to appearing, so that I'll know, you know, how to present myself at that particular event.
Very good.
Very good point. It just goes, that falls under that heading of being prepared, right?
Exactly.
Make sure you can go through all the contingencies that could happen. George.
Santa, can I say something real quick? So also too, Santa and Pat and I had this discussion. It's probably been actually before last season. One of the things that I do is I make sure I am never by myself. Because what you don't want to do is have somebody say you did something and you have no way to back up that it didn't happen. Or say you said something and you have no way to back up that you didn't say it. So when I go out to private events, I always take an escort. I never go alone. So, and then when I'm out, when I'm there changing, they're standing in front of the door. When I come out, they walk me to. They stand there while I'm doing my little piece, and then when I'm done, they walk me back. They stand there while I change, and we walk out together. It's just so that folks can't say I did, said, looked, touched, you know, things that, you know, could cause problems, not just for me, my insurance company, my business, and other fellow Santas. So that's just something to look out for, guys, as you're out in the public venue.
You got an EOD.
So now, speaking of this particular slide is talking about specifics in, you know, taking the photograph. So being not too verbose, just not talking too much with the child. And I'm sure that when Stafford wrote this slide, he was probably thinking of me.
No, I wasn't.
But I can sometimes in the moment, you know, really get involved with this child who really wants to talk about the square root of numbers. And, you know, we can really start talking about these things. And time goes by, and then the photographers are saying, okay, time, money. So in that moment, you need to stay engaged with the photographer to make sure you're doing some eye-to-eye checks to say, okay, we need to move it along, or, we're doing okay, or what about that pose? Using tricks and sleight of hand just to get the kids' attention, little wiggly fingers or making the funny noises. I know Stafford from time to time has a nice squeezable pig that I just love. I mean, it sounds like a little pig that oinks, and that usually gets the kids' attention and gets a smile on their face quick enough to take that picture. And, like the bottom here, the lap is not always the best. I mean, for comfort's sake, I mean, my goodness, some kids come in very large size, so you have to contend with that, as well as, their comfort level as to where they want to be, take the picture. So just taking all those things in consideration in the moment of getting your picture taken.
As you can see, there's a lot to think about.
There really is.
For somebody that's really serious about their craft, there's a lot, and there's a whole lot we haven't mentioned yet, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here we come back. Any more questions before we continue on? Like I said, I got a break for questions and answers.
Yes. Yeah, I have one. I know we touched on it just a little bit, but I played a Santa once. I played a Santa twice at church, and I played Santa this past Christmas, at my house. And I remember I did it at church, and I'm a pretty slim guy. I used to try to run marathons for my knees ran out on me. And so, I'm kind of small. And so someone told me, well, maybe you just need a fat suit for to play Santa. What do you guys think about that? Do I need a fat suit, or can I be a skinny Santa still?
No fat shaming, skinny shaming, body shaming Santas. That's the rule.
Boom.
I need some help.
What he said.
Educate me. I need some help.
I've got a Santa that's 6'4", looks like he's about 220. So you do not have to be fat.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we're promoting a healthy Santa lifestyle these days.
You do not have to be fat to be jolly.
Okay, that's true. But I know a lot of kids, look for Santa and they used to him being fat, and they want to say they want Santa with some meat on him. This one guy, he told me, he said, "Man, you about the poorest Santa I ever seen."
Well, I tried to get with Obama. I tried to get with the Obama campaign when they got into office, because Michelle's thing was getting healthy. Michelle Obama had a thing about being healthy. And I'm a member of a group called Fit Santas. And we're trying to get healthy. And they're on Facebook. You can just find Fit Santas. It's just Santas doing a healthy thing. Santa Dennis Daniels. If you see Dennis Daniels, he's one of us. Santa
brother.
Yeah, he's in the gym working out every day, and I would be too, but I got a back injury, so I ain't going back in the gym for a minute. But I'm still working out. I still go out, and I may not use that 300-pound bench press, but I'm still going to be doing whatever I can to keep myself good. I'm 6'2". I am 300 pounds on the dot. Body fat's a lot more than what I used to be, but I'm getting back to what I want to be. I want to get back to about 250 of just of being a solid Santa.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be, but I want to teach our kids, because the last thing we want to teach our kids, the first thing we want to teach our kids is we got to be healthy. So you don't have to be fat to be jolly.
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I need to know.
Anybody else? I just want to take a moment before we get into tough questions, because we have another author among us, and so I'm going to give him a chance to share his book. Santa Pat, you still here?
I certainly am, and thank you so very much. If I could just share with you guys, and for those who may not know, this is my third year of being independent as Santa. And it's so funny because the first year I worked with an agency, and the instance that Senator George just shared earlier was my reasoning for going independent. I had a situation where the lady that ran the company, she basically, abandoned me and a child wondered where I was changing, but nothing materialized, thank God. But needless to say, I've since moved on, and now I've completed my first Christmas children's book, and it's called A Best Friend's Christmas, and it's found on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and all other distributors. But right now, I'm only have the paperback. I'm in the process of getting the hardcover done, and I'm also having it translated into Spanish.
Amen.
If you're interested in purchasing, you can find details on my social media outlets, which is Black Santa EFX. I've also just completed my website, although I don't have the link to purchase the book up yet, but it will be soon. But it too is blacksantaefx.com.
There you go. We got some stories to read to the kids. Somebody commented, we're just talking about being a healthy Santa. They said, I would like also to say, just because you are heavy doesn't mean you aren't healthy.
Amen. That's right.
Amen. All right. Praise God. I'm going to go back to sharing.
Could I say just one more thing?
Say it, brother.
Okay. I think I know I shared with you, Stafford, that my son is a children's book author. And him and Baron Davis, I'm not sure you guys can see this. They wrote this.
Stop sharing. Hold on. Let me stop sharing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They wrote this children's book 2 years ago or last year. It's called Santa and CC. Many of you know Baron Davis. He used to be a NBA ball player. He's a former NBA ball player. And my son's name is Jesse Bird Jr. So most time he just go by Jesse Bird. But they wrote this book about a year ago. Matter of fact, I read it this past Christmas when I played Santa the first time in my home. My wife bugged me to do it, because of this beard I got. And so I just wanted to put that out there also, that my son has a book as well.
Can you drop a link to where you can get it, or is
Sure.
that at Amazon too?
It's at Amazon as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got the name of the book.
Thank
I'm
you.
making some book purchases here soon.
All righty.
Oh, cool. All right, let's see where we're doing on time. 11:31. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Going back to sharing. How do you feel like things are going so far, guys? We're going too slow, too fast?
Doing well. Wonderful.
All right, just don't want you to get bored on us. All right, so tough questions that Santa may encounter. And again, this does not comprise the list because those questions are exhaustive. But these are things that you might hear, somebody might ask you, and so you want to think about these things ahead of time so that you have an answer ready. It's almost like the Bible talks about being ready to give an account for the joy that you have. This is another way to think ahead. Excuse me. So how old are you? How can you visit all those children in one night? How can you get all those toys in your bag? Can you bang me a brother or sister? And you get some serious questions. My mother and father died. Can you bring them back? And a lot of the questions, again, they don't have specific answers. You can create your own. You can come up with your own narrative. We also talk about having a backstory, about your journey, your Santa journey. But again, these are some of the things that you may encounter. So you want to be able to have an answer ready. And a lot of questions can be answered with a simple phrase. It's Santa magic. That'll work for most kids. It's not going to necessarily work for everybody. But like I was telling you about the Chronicles, the Santa Chronicles, they go into elaborate black holes in the universe, suspending the space-time continuum and all that technical stuff, for the older kids. So what I want to suggest is that you look at some of those movies. Take a time, look at a movie a week. If you have streaming services, a lot of those movies are free. But these are what the kids are seeing. Of course, you got Santa Claus 1, 2, and 3 with Tim, whatever his name is. Y'all know his name? Because I forget all the time.
Tim Allen. And he actually they have a number 4 that just came out.
Well, yeah, Disney has a series.
The series.
Yeah, on Disney Plus, but I don't pay for Disney Plus, so I'll never see them unless they come somewhere else. But there are a lot of movies out there, good movies to watch, that'll kind of give you some ideas about how you want to answer some of these questions. You know, one of the things I used to tell my son is that we never promise to bring pets. You know, we always defer to the parents. It's like, Santa, can you bring me this? Well, and a lot of times I know when I'm doing Santa, I look at the parent to see if the parent is saying it's okay. You know, so we never promise that we're going to bring anything specific.
The best answer to that is, we'll see what we can do. And when it comes to pets, I usually have and this is just me personal, I usually say when it comes to pets, that, you know, I always look at the child and says, you know, that's a big responsibility. And then you break it down of how that responsibility is. Now, are you going to be able, then we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. Look, are you responsible to clean your room?
Yeah, that's, you know, we'll see what we can do. That the best answer to all of it, never promise, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. And my favorite line is, it all depends on your parents and what they say. So I put it back on the parents. Have y'all guys encountered any questions that you found difficult to answer?
Yeah, the whole, like, I did receive, which is one of my biggest like worries, is when someone does talk about a family member that's not here. You just try to be as transparent as possible about what you cannot do, and that's bring people back. You know, I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that simple, stuff like that. But their memory is here, and that's the gift that keeps giving, you know.
Yeah.
And I kind of go with that spiritual aspect as much as possible. I try to break it down spiritually and realistically as much as possible. Like, you know, Santa is magic, but Santa is not God, you know. And I can't do it. I definitely cannot do that. I wish if that was the case, then we will all have our people back. And that's a very somber conversation that you have. Not often, but if that does happen, that's what you try to do, is try to be as realistic as possible, and definitely don't say you yes or I can't even say I see what I can do. It's almost like, unfortunately, you know, that's beyond, you know, the Santa magic, but the memory is always here, and that's the gift that's always here for you. You know,
I like that.
That's pretty much where I go off of.
Like that.
Outstanding.
Very good. Anybody else? Don't say I ain't give you an opportunity now. So here we are now at the question and answer period. So it seems like all the questions may have already been answered thus far. But just in case there's somebody that has a question that they thought about that they didn't bring up earlier, now is an opportunity to do so.
See, Santa Jesse's got his hand up.
All right, Jesse, go right on ahead. Thank y'all for looking out there for me. I appreciate it.
As you know, this is my very first time venturing really into this. Like I said, that when I first did Santa many years ago at the church, I had a little small cheap suit. My wife probably got it from Party City. but you know, if I'm gonna do this, I want to do it right. I want to really represent.
Yeah.
And so where could I get a good suit from? A good suit and the boots and the whole 9 yards.
We got that coming up. So we got you covered.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. George?
I think George just left his hand up from the last time.
Oh, okay.
And you should be able to clear that out too.
All right. Got it. I'm learning a whole lot of stuff today.
Learning is important.
Yeah. Whew.
Don't learn, we don't grow.
Amen.
That's so true.
No
So,
other questions?
those of you that were Santa this year, did y'all have a great season?
I had a wonderful season. I had more time this year. I had more time last year than I did before because of employment. So I utilized all of my time to maximize, to do visits and everything like that. I think for me, it's about booking. I want to ask you all about book, because see, let me go back to once again being in Chicago, and I'm the only one pretty much here. I'm booked pretty much, easily. That's not a problem. But it's the locations of where you go and where you got to be at and traveling and all stuff like that. That does take a toll out on you. And I'm trying to figure out how to streamline that better. Part of my strategy is to try to actually have like a central location for me to be at and try to steer people towards going there as opposed to going all over the place. Because I done went from, if anybody knows Chicago region, I mean, we have suburbs here and everything like that. So I've been far west suburbs to the far south suburbs and anywhere in between within a matter of hours. And it's wear and tear on me, as well as, because I don't really go a lot of places with somebody. I'm usually by myself. And I need to change that, I think, because it makes it easier to have like an assistant.
Right.
And I would like insight about that as well. So those are my questions will be about booking strategies and assistant strategies on what to do with that.
Stafford, aren't we going to do that? Take care of that underneath the business.
We sure are.
Hey, Stafford, I think some of the questions and answers you probably prepared for. So if we go through a little bit more information and it's not answered, then maybe the questions will spring out of that. Because I know my questions, I've already asked some of them. They're going to be down a little bit later on in the presentation.
Makes sense. I like it. Cool. All right, we'll keep it moving. We got a few more minutes before lunch. So let's see what we can get through. So now I forgot, guys, who did children types? Did we?
I don't think we did that.
Oh, I thought that was mine.
No,
but
I got Warren's name beside it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Warren, you get to keep talking, brother.
All righty. And these slides are just, representations of different moods and different types of kids you encounter, and hopefully illustrating how Santa can be flexible enough to be in the moment with the kid and get a really nice picture. And, the parents can reflect on, oh yeah, little Frankie really showed who he was there in the picture with Santa, and Santa was cooperating. So obviously this child is quite excited about being with Santa, the ultimate Santa visit. And of course, by body language, you can see that this child is not necessarily on board with the whole Santa thing. He's probably a little older, a little wiser, and thinks maybe I shouldn't be so cool about this, but I'm still there with Santa just in case. And here, of course, we all know this picture. The child who's just won't be consoled, and the parents who are willing to get the picture with Santa mimicking that mood, setting the mood. Of course, that'll be the great picture to share with the kid's first date who comes to the house. And then here's the escape artist. The guy looks like he was maybe sitting on the bench in front of Santa, and then he decided this photo shoot is over. So, here's something that really points to safety measures. Hopefully there's someone there who can soften a fall in case that happens.
Can anybody say pandemic?
That's right. A creative visit with Santa. Oh, hungry, exhausted. I guess you might say he's hangry now, huh? Again, Santa maintains his demeanor of being peaceful there. And here's the kid with the attitude, the hand on the hip that says, I am not into this at all. Hopefully, this will be a picture that the parents will cherish later, and maybe the child will too. And here we go. Here's the example of a woman who says, I'm never too old to be visiting with Santa, and you can tell that she's quite pleased with being photographed with Santa Claus.
Now, this is where I would like to interject. Guys, you gotta be careful, because there will be some women who have a fetish for Santa, and she will not be satisfied just getting a hug and a picture and moving on. They will rub your arm. They will rub your shoulders. You
They
might
do
find
rub
their
up.
hand on their leg. I'm just saying, you got to work with your photographer and your elves to make sure we are aware of those people and to intervene as soon as possible.
I've been in this business for a long time, and I can tell you some stories now, so that you guys know. When my Mrs. Claus, I've worked with a Mrs. Claus for since I started doing Santa. My Mrs. Claus was actually my mom, and she'd get folks like, "You're not really Mrs. Claus, is you? Are you gonna move over?" And they would push her out the photo. They made comments, and then when they find out it's my mom, "Oh, you just mom, okay? Well, we're Mrs. Claus." Ain't no, listen, they get rude. I've had at the mall, the very first season at the mall that I worked the mall, 2 young ladies came in and says, "Can I come back tomorrow early so we can do exotic photos with Santa?" "No, you may not."
Whoa.
Oh, listen to me. I've had, just this season past, the young lady came in, her and her friend, they had their kids. Kids got their photos. Now, okay, y'all got to go. It's my turn. And she gets to gyrating on my leg. I'm like, hold up. We still have kids. Listen, it gets ugly. I've had assistants that for no odd reason, they can't understand over 20 years, why these women still go crazy about Santa. If it's the suit, if it's the beard, they don't know what it is, but they are, guys, be mindful. Make sure you let your wife know that, listen, David, no matter what happens, I'm coming home. Because I promise you, they will do it all, and you'll be shocked. And then you think about it and say, wow, that was really shocking that someone would react like this.
Yeah, yeah.
And it does happen. I'm telling you.
Casey says that women like a man in a suit.
Is that what it is? Listen, I have a photo that's out there, and this photo has been viral for 3 years, three years running. And they call it the Chocolate Santa. The first year we looked at this photo, my wife and I, we sat down, we looked at the comments. We had about 80,000 comments on this photo. And we started reading them. Gentlemen, I'm talking with my wife next to me. I was blushing. She was, because the comments that came from these women about this photo make your head spin. All right, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, Lord.
So
Anonymity brings it out of you.
They will get crazy.
Yeah. On to the next slide. The curious, yes, is that thing real? Sure, let them touch it and find out. It's another piece of Santa magic to find out that beard is real. So I'd say let them go for it.
If you don't like kids touching you, this is not the business to be in.
That's right.
They will grab your glasses. They will grab that little ball on the end of that hat.
Now, I do have a question, Warren. You and I, you've been doing it for a while. Do you find that you have more kids wanting to grab the beard or more adults wanting to grab the beard?
It's about 50-50, actually, I think. They all love it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the wiggler that comes into keeping safety in mind, and also making sure your hands are visible at all times. We've touched on that to make sure that everything is above board and there are no hands that are not visible to the picture. So you just have to do your best to hang on.
And we can't iterate that, because I worked for a company where we were sued because Santa was holding the child. It was like I think the baby was less than 1 or 1 year old by the bottom. And he had his hand behind the back and the dress was covering the hand. And the parents are like, well, we don't know what Santa was doing.
Oh, gee.
I'm serious, with a gloved hand in front of everybody. And because it was in California, they won their lawsuit.
And also be mindful, guys. You notice in each picture that Santa has white gloves. Try to make sure that you're using white gloves, not barehanded, and because the gloves will show up in the photo if they're in the right place. If your hand is in the right place, the gloves will show up. So always wear gloves. This is something that I buy every year. I buy more and more gloves every season.
Yeah, yeah. have
If
many
I-
pairs. They get dirty fast.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, if I can add to, I think I have probably about 30 pairs.
Is
But
that
what I
all?
want to gloves.
He said 30?
Yeah,
That's it all?
That's it?
right. Right for now. I'm new. But no, what I wanted to share too in taking photos, in some cases I may be behind the guests, which typically are teenagers or adults. And I'll always make a point to let them know I'm going to place my hand on your right shoulder. Is that okay? You know, so right before the photo is taken, because if they're not comfortable with it, I won't touch them and I'll find some other way to make my hands visible. But always make a point to verbally speak to them and say, I'm going to place my hand on your right shoulder. And especially if it's a husband and wife couple or something, I want to be respectful in that sense so they can identify that this guy is legit.
Just make sure you hug the husband. I'm just joking.
Oh my. I had a family to come back and visit me in the mall and bring me donuts the next day because of how I handled his family.
Yeah.
That was a surprise to me. Yeah, but they do pay attention to stuff like that.
They do.
Okay, so infants create, different opportunities. An infant may come to you who's tired, and we've had some great success with photos taken of Santa pretending he's asleep along with the child. Stafford mentioned, holding a baby up like this. Maybe perhaps a pillow is maybe something that one would use in your inventory, just to give some barrier there to physical space to make sure there's nothing that possibly could go bad. This is.
You remember this is our number one guy. You visited him this year at home.
Dylan, right?
No, this is look, now I can't remember all of a sudden. Logan.
Logan, yes, of course. We, as you see, we shot Logan when he was a youngster, less than 1 year old. And this past Christmas, we celebrated our 9th visit with him. So he's now 9 years old. He has some, I think he is on the autism scale.
That's
I mean, he's pretty functional, but you can tell he's got some struggles there. But his parents are so supportive of him and us, frankly, of being part of his life for this long and just being a steady presence there.
Yep, she has joined our nonprofit. She's our secretary.
That's awesome.
I know you may mention some mention already of special needs.
Mm-hmm.
But because of where we are in society, there's probably the likelihood that you may have already had a transgender child come to visit you. I know sometimes you can't tell the gender of the child. And I know one time when Santa said they responded to them as a girl and was actually a boy because he had braids, So of course our intent is never to offend anybody, but the likelihood is probably that at some point you will, though it be unintentional.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm for Old Navy. I'm the diverse Santa. I do a school with Old Navy, and I'm the diverse Santa for diversity. And one of the things that we've done, especially going forward, is not calling out. The statement was, "Have you been a good boy? Have you been a good girl? Have you been good this year?" Just leave it at that. Don't put a gender on it. Or even when you talk to kids about, well, they always listen to mommy and daddy? Don't go out. Do you listen to your parents? Change the verbiage that you use, because of gender specificity, I hope that's the correct terminology, you have to be mindful that you don't want to offend. Me personally, I think it's strange that you would let a 3-year-old decide what gender they want to be, or a 10-year-old decide what gender they want to be. Biblically, to me, it ain't right, but that's another conversation, another day and time. But you got to be mindful of how you speak and how you say, because again, it may not be two mom and dad in the house, it may be two moms, it may be two dads. You listen to your parents, and so you just got to be mindful of how you make your statements towards gender and everything else that's going on.
Just use their name, you know.
Yeah.
Try to get their name and use it.
And that's when, especially when you go to an event, having an assistant, if you're a mall Santa, making sure that your mall staff come. Well, this Santa, this is Bobby coming to see you, or Santa, this is Susan coming to see you. Susan, how are you today? Have you been good this year? Just and if you're going with someone as an assistant to do a house or a corporate event, do the same thing. Have your assistant screen the kids before they get to you.
There you go. Good. Any comments, questions? Like I said, this is not exhaustive at all. There are many more types of kids, but this is it just in a nutshell. And last but not least.
Oh, yes, the dreaded fur babies. I don't mean that really. Not dreaded, but yeah, you have to take special care. And this is a real time that maybe a second suit might come in handy, because you just never know what is going to excite Fido to the point of losing control. So
and Santa, you decide whether or not you want to hold a pet.
Right. And a lot of times
the parent determine that.
Yeah, because you know, even if I didn't have a Santa suit on, I wouldn't necessarily want to hold somebody else's animal. I mean, you know, you just don't know.
True.
And if I can chime in, it's very important to have a second Santa suit, because in some cases you have humans that are allergic to animals, and you wouldn't want that cross-contamination when they're coming to take photos with you as well.
True. Yeah. So you might even set aside a special event for photos with animals. That way, like you say, you know, you don't cross somebody who has allergies.
Right.
So that day, you know, you just use suit number 1 for the dogs and then get it cleaned later.
As they say, pets are people too.
What did you say?
He said some people too.
Oh, some
But Stafford, you guys do a lot of mall photos. Good investment is to have a pet blanket. That way you can have a cover over Santa and his suit that is lined, and then if something does happen, I don't do pets. I'm sorry, because I don't. My thing is, I'm a dog person. I don't do cats. If I'm not going to do a cat, I'm not going to do a dog. So
very seldom do cats come, because cats are hard to control.
Yeah.
99% of what we see are dogs. Thank God.
Oh, you haven't seen the folks that come into the mall with the snakes and want you to hold their snake.
Yeah, I got a picture, one around my neck.
Man.
I have a albino python.
Wow, are you serious, guys?
Yeah.
But listen to me, man. I've had all kinds of animals come in because they especially when I was first in the mall. And as a Black Santa, oh, listen, we're going to bring everything we got from the house. And Santa don't do pets. I'm sorry. Because you never know how a person's pet, you know, man, he's the sweetest animal in the world.
Right.
Till he's not.
But let me share something with you about pets. People spend more money on their pet pictures than they do on their children pictures. I'm just letting you know what I've experienced. So, you know, keep that in mind.
I had a family just last season that had 2 pets, and they each had a change of costumes. And these people came back for 2 different slots for their photos. I was done.
Thank you for verifying what I said. They will, man. They love their pets. And for some people, it's a substitution. It's a child to them. We're not talking about Cocoa Bean, though. Oh, God. Now, here we go, guys. The visit. We're just going to reiterate some of the things we've already said, but it also talks about the various poses and things that you can do. What you want to instruct the people that are helping you is that when they put a child in your lap, make sure that the buttocks is sitting on the top of the thigh if they're going to be sitting on your lap. And that keeps the child from slumping. And it also keeps you from having to waste time to repositioning the child. Also, I usually keep the legs on one side. You don't want the legs of the child straddling Santa. Just doesn't look that good. You know, and you always want to make sure too that their clothes look right. When parents see that you're taking the time to make sure that their kids are looking good, or that, you know, you're fixing something on the parent because it's out of place, they appreciate that. And again, you know, like somebody said earlier, you communicate, hey, I need to fix this on you. Is that okay? Back in the old days, we didn't have to ask, but nowadays you got to ask, especially if you need to fix a woman's hair. You know, a lot of times we will let the, you know, the assistants do that. But
with the,
go ahead.
With the female children too, sometimes their dresses always get the parents' attention and have the parent to come and adjust the dress. So where I'm not touching them or being
right, right,
anything inappropriate. And the photographers that I'm working with would typically be aware, if not called it out, if I hadn't caught it first, but they're okay with it too. And they're like, yeah, they'd rather the parent come and do the adjusting of the girls' dresses and things.
Yep.
You know, opposed to, you know, Santa helping out. When it's guys, you know, I kind of make it playful, you know.
Yep.
Well, here's a pose that we do a lot, and it's standard with us, that when the little girls sit down, make sure that their legs are crossed or the ankles are crossed. And then what we usually do is have them put their hands on their lap, and we call it the princess pose. And that way you got their legs across, their hands are on there, and it's the princess pose. They got one hand on top of the other, and it looks real good in the photos.
Yep, yep. Always hands visible, like Warren just said. Okay, if you're dealing with a woman, don't put them on the woman's waist. Please don't do that. On the shoulder or on the arm of the chair. Again, just as long as the hands are visible. Avoid compliments based on physical appeal, because again, we don't want creepy Santas. And again, you don't want to misgender a child. Avoid suggestive, inappropriate comments. Again, this should be common sense, but just so that it's out there and we know that sometimes we can slip into inappropriate things if we're not careful, if we're not intentional. And again, back dealing with difficult questions, just redirect. And a lot of times the child will forget. Here's some of the poses we use. Again, not exhaustive. But I think it was George who said, don't wait till the child is on the lap before you start taking pictures. Get the candid shots. And like I got this, seeing Santa for the first time. You know, that's when we start taking pictures, when they're ready to start visiting with Santa, before Santa even reaches out their hand to them. Because sometimes they make very nice poses. Because sometimes the kid is hesitant. You know, they might be pulling on their ear or on their hair, or their legs across or their hands across. Or, all those can make a cute pose, which of course goes to being able to sell more images.
The Superman works too. When they take off running and they jump from the foul line, and you got to catch them in midair. Trust me, that's why your photographer's got to be on point because you'll catch them when they see Santa and they take off running, just leap from the foul line.
Yeah, yeah.
They just want to be, and you have to catch them.
And look, there was one. This was when I was doing the White Center though at the mall. The child was a special needs child. He was about 14 years old, but you know, probably had the mentality of someone that's maybe about 6 or 7. She just bolted as soon as it was her turn to see Santa, and Santa was standing, and she hit him like a linebacker. Fortunately, this Santa had some size to him, and he was able to absorb the shock. But had he been of a lesser stature, both of them would have been on the floor. But the parents should have been, you know, the parents really should have been on top of that, because we had no idea that was going to happen. You know, so you have to expect the unexpected. But again, this is just a few of the poses, looking straight ahead, whispering in Santa's ear, hugging Santa, high-fiving, could be dabbing, could be fist bumping, looking at each other. The sleeping child, like Santa Warren said earlier. One of the poses that I like doing is when the mother is pregnant, listening to the child in the womb, where Santa just puts his ear like he's listening. I had one parent who was able to not only get that picture, but she was able to come back before the season was over because she had the baby. And so we gave her the second shot at no charge. A lot of times, you know, if you've got multiple kids in the family, sometimes they just want to do a group. And again, this is where communication is important. A lot of times, though, they want each child to have their own moment. And usually when we're doing reservations, we're like, okay, you can do that with 2 children. With 3, 4, and 5 children, there's going to be an additional charge because it's going to take us longer to do the session. Because after we've done each child and then we've got them together, we want to bring in the parents or any aunts that may with them. Sometimes it's grandparents. We've got, you know, shots where there's multiple generations, sometimes up to 4, which I love doing those. Reading the book to the child. We had a couple standing behind Santa kissing while Santa's got his hands over his mouth like, oh, are they really doing that? And like I said, you just have to be creative. And, you know, there are other things that we haven't mentioned that you can probably do.
If I can add on the couple kissing, you can put the couple in front of you, seated, Santa standing behind them with a little fake piece of holly hanging over them.
Yeah, that's it. That's good. I like
mistletoe. Mistletoe, that's what it is.
Or mistletoe, yeah. So again, you know, let the situation dictate what kind of pose you do. But always have a certain number. You know, there are certain ones we just want to do. It's kind of standard. And then, you know, something that may be different, we'll do afterwards. But we'll at least give them 4 or 5 good shots. Because we do the digital images. Some places we do printing still, but I try to avoid that if at all possible.
And now, Stafford, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What about that child that doesn't want to take a photo because he's now 13 or 14 and he's about the same size as the Santa, and he really don't. And mom just wanted him to have that photo. What I have done strategically now, and then has made all the kids get their cool points. The guys love it because they got their cool points. You stand back to back, cross your arms, and y'all look towards the photographer. And it gives the kids their cool points, and they're ready to go back and show it to all their boys and go, look, man, me and Santa the same side. We hanging out.
I like that. That's good. Most of the time, I guilt them into the picture. I'm like, look, who pays for your cell phone? Mama, get over and take that picture. Most of the time they go.
They just want their cool points. So you show them how to listen. This is how you get your cool point. You stand back to back with Santa. We just lean back and look at the camera. Give me a gift. And trust me, after a minute, they ready. They mark. Can we get that so I can show them boys? And they happy about it.
Cool. All right, look, guys, it's 12 o'clock. We're gonna take our break.
Hey, Brad,
go ahead.
I want to add just a couple things real quick. One of the things that I do as a mall Santa is I have a regiment of pictures that I'm going to do. So before I leave out for the season, my wife, because I'm a photographer, my wife and I will practice the 3 or 4 different poses I'm going to do. So I'll take a book, we'll do the book reading. I'll do like a surprise with little kids, like my hand over my mouth, and have them looking at me to do that pose. Then for the 1, 2, 3, and I'll have them look where I'm pointing. And I'll say reindeer, you know. Then we'll do the traditional, you know, just the traditional pose. Try to get those 3, you know, traditional. As soon as that kid hits that set, you start taking pictures. We'll get the traditional stuff. We'll get the 3 traditional poses. But if you guys want to sell pictures, get those candid shots.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly, brother. Anybody else before we take a break? Okay. All right, guys. See you back. Let's go ahead and do this 12 what? 07? Can we still do 12:30? Is that good?
That'll work.
All right. See y'all in a few.
Are you the real Santa? The night before Christmas with a black version of Santa? I have all of them so that when I sit to read the kids, with the kids, that I get full participation. Some of them are not illustrated real good. So I'm trying to get a lot of what I do illustrated for me. They may not come out as books, but I have an illustrator that I work with, and she is going to be illustrating these stories just for me so that I can have them as a read along for what I do when I need to do it. Kids love to see the color picture. It's great. And I think, thank you, Stafford.
You're welcome.
When Stafford has gotten, and he does, and I know I use it, There's an AI program out there called ChatGPT. Take advantage of it. Right? It literally, all you do is program in what you want to put in. For example, I have a story that was written by my AI for my grandkids, and it's called Santa's Angels. And I have both my granddaughters' names in the book, and that they are excited about seeing the real Black Santa. And it wrote the story for my grandkids. And it's something that I have on video for them, and I read it to them via video so that they have that story at any point in time. They can get up and get on their little tablet and press the button, and they can hear Poppy reading the story to them. Make it yours. There are so many ways of getting stories that out there. So many stories that are out there. I like one story that I have that I utilize all the time because I deal with a lot of older folks. I do a lot of senior events, called One Solitary Life. And it tells the story of Christ, that Christ, his life has more impact on the world than any doctor, any king, any nation, any parliament. His life has more impact on the world than before. So get a story that you can use and make it yours and develop it into something that you do with your clients. If you're a mall Santa and you have an opportunity, during a dead period where you're not doing photos where and this is one of the reasons I no longer do malls, I like to engage with the folks. If you have an opportunity prior to the set opening up, you're coming back from lunch, you can tell a story with the kids that are out there waiting in line. You'll be surprised with the reaction you get as a Santa Claus. So get the stories, learn them. George inspired me, and again, to memorize each and every story. I'm sure George has his take on what he does in regards to it, but make these stories yours. Learn how to be a storyteller and learn how to make your voice inflect exactly what is in these stories and what you want these people to feel. George?
Hey, Sandy, let me just add this real quick. So Santa D did a little bit of version of The Night Before Christmas. So this is how I do it. I'll just start out simple. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not one creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, with hopes that Santa George would soon be there. And then I'll just go ahead and continue it. And everywhere where the Santa Claus, I just insert my name.
There you go.
All
Make
right.
it yours,
Questions?
guys.
Any questions? And if you're not familiar with ChatGPT, that's a question we can ask and go into more detail later on that. But it's definitely worth looking into. Doesn't cost you anything. Of course, they got a version you can pay for, but you can use the free version and do this, and it does a wonderful job.
What was that AI that you were speaking of, Santa Sinclair?
That's ChatGPT.
Okay. ChatGPT. You put it down for me. ChatGPT.
I'll send you guys the PDFs.
Okay.
You know, so you'll have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. As long as we got your email. So, all right, guys, here we're going. We're talking about the business now being Santa. We're going to talk about Santa gear, finding the clientele, pricing contracts, legalities, and promotion. So there are, as you guys know, a plethora of options. Well, you may not know, but there are a plethora of options as far as Santa suits go. I've got like 2 or 3 for myself. I've got a Coca-Cola suit, which we'll talk about in a minute. I got a traditional looking suit. We'll talk about that in a minute. And we're talking about custom suits. Again, you don't have to go crazy, although it's easy to, you know, especially for you first year guys. You don't have to break the bank. There was a gentleman out in Colorado, his first year, and he invested $4,000 in his look. He was serious about what he was going. I mean, from custom boots to the custom suit, you know, he didn't, but he had the money to spend.
That's Santa Blair.
No, this is just another Santa I know.
Oh, okay.
He was a former, he played for the Denver Broncos, former player for them. But yeah, so you don't want to go crazy, but at the same time, you want something that looks good. So again, you see I got here 2 minimum with regards to suits, because if something happens to one of your suits, you don't want it to knock you out of being able to make one of your visits. There's nothing worse than a Santa that cancels, especially at the last minute. Now, if you can find another Santa to take your spot, that's great. But a lot of the times, because there's so few of us, that's not likely. So you don't want to leave that bad taste in people's minds, especially if it can be prevented. So you may have a suit that you pay more money for and one that you don't pay as much for. And once you get involved in some of these Facebook groups, somebody's always selling a suit. Maybe they decided they wanted something different, so they're selling a suit that they had, as long as you don't mind something pre-owned.
And there's always locations. There's, for example, one of the top in the industry is Adele's of Hollywood. Adele's makes great suits. And she is, her and her daughters run the business. They're in California. You can just look them up online, Adele's of Hollywood. Not to plug anybody specific, or just find someone that's in your area. That's a seamstress, and you see a suit that you like online, have them look at the suit, have them design it and make it for you. My suits have all been made by my cousin, who is he's made and designed all my suits that I've worn throughout my 20 plus years. Now he doesn't make suits anymore, and I want him to design, but he won't design for anybody else to make it. He's killing me. He's killing me.
So here's a few suits here of examples. You got your traditional suit, usually with the fur down the bottom and the white, down the middle, excuse me, and the white collar. And you have your parade suit that often has the cape that accompanies it. And you have your Coca-Cola suit, which is made popular, of course, by Coca-Cola, with the buttons down the center like that. Then we've got Santa Pat. Santa Pat, you still with us? I didn't know if he was gonna make it back.
Yes, I am.
All right.
I was on mute.
All right. So here is Santa Pat. Now, obviously, these are not off the rack. And so we've got the little ethnic suit over here on our right-hand side.
I refer to that as my safari suit.
Safari suit, okay. Now, Santa Pat, did you design these?
Pretty much they somewhat have a story. And if I can just share just a tad bit with you guys, part of my presentation was being authentic. And during the process of me creating this character and his appearance, the idea came to me would be to incorporate some authentic African fabric to enhance the Black and capture the Black culture. The suit to the left, which is my ode to a vintage Santa because of the coloring and whatnot, I refer to it as my old school Santa. But I have a friend that actually lives in Ghana. And from time to time, we would FaceTime each other while he would go to the market, and he would actually go through the different fabrics that I would select and have him shipped to me to actually have these made.
Cool. Santa Zulu.
And then I have a third one that I'll be introducing in July.
Are you going to share that with the group first?
All the details, all the notions and stuff are with the seamstress. She's working on it now. As a matter of fact, we had a conversation 2 days ago.
Wow.
But it's not due to be ready until Memorial Day. And then I'll have a photo shoot scheduled in June. And then, of course, as I mentioned, I'll introduce it in July as a part of Christmas in July. But it'll be the third ode to Black Santa for this coming season for me.
Cool. So as you can see, guys, the possibilities are endless. You just got to get in contact with the right people to help bring your vision to pass.
Now, I will say this. I don't do a traditional suit. Most of my suits is shirt and vest. And what I've done over the years is the same exact coat. My coat doesn't change, but the vest may change. I have, you can Google me online, again, The Real Black Santa, and you'll see different vests from green to red to yellow to different specific vests. I even have, Santa William will verify, I even have one that's the Atlanta Falcons with the Falcons hat, the Falcons vest, and the New York Giants, because I'm a New York Giants fan, New York Giants vest and hat, just specific to what I'm doing. We're getting ready to do a cruise in July, so we're going to be doing, they have an African night, so we, like Santa Pat, I'm going to be doing just changing the vest. And this will be something that you can do to take one suit and make it many by just changing the vest that you may have, or even changing the vest and the hat, and take that one suit that you have, or two suits that you have, and then make it multiple by just changing the vest on the suit. See, again, I wear shirt and vest, which was what I've done for years, and I think it's easier. And then you give the client a different look every time, not knowing that it's
signature. Yeah,
the same thing.
I have a combination of both vests. I've got a red vest, a green vest, and a silver vest that I incorporate in my wardrobe. So right now I've got a total of 7 different suits. And I'm hoping to add an additional, which will make 8 by the end of this season.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this, Santa Pat?
This technically is my 4th year, but my 3rd year being independent on my own. The first year I was with this agency, and as I mentioned earlier, I just wasn't pleased with how she handled things. And I learned with my background, you know, I didn't need to rely on her to do it on my own. And so here I am.
All right.
If you guys get a chance, you can check out the story on my website, which is at blacksantaefx.com.
Make sure you put that in the chat.
It is. It's already there.
So Santa D and Santa Pat and Braxton, to all that are on the call, what I've done in terms of suits, I've also incorporated just like a pair of pants and a different kind of vest. I know one of my looks, I call it a workshop Santa look. And it's basically the pants, the boots, the fur boot cuffs, and I have a brown leather vest that I wear with a pocket watch, the hat, the glasses, you know, and I call that my workshop Santa look. Something I was saying to Santa D this year, when I go to book this year, I'm going to give them looks to pick from. So if you want workshop Santa, you can request workshop Santa, and that's the suit I will wear. Or if you want the Coca-Cola look, I have a suit for that, or the traditional look, I have a suit for that. I also have 2 pajama suits that if you want Santa to do a PJ and cookies party with you, then I can come in the PJ suit. So there's all kind of ways that you can make yourself marketable just by, you know, doing different looks of Santa. That's all I wanted to add to that part.
And something else that you guys can put in there that I haven't seen it, don't have too many people discuss. Just go to get yourself a pair of coveralls, white, red coveralls, the Dickies coveralls. I have a pair that are striped, candy cane stripe. I have a pair that's solid red. And when I use the solid red ones, I put on a white muscle shirt underneath, and got my little Dickie hat on the top. So you change your look, you change your appearance. And I still wear them with my boots, where the pants are tucked into my boots. And I got the Santa belt around the waist, so it just looked like Santa's been in the workshop, or Santa's getting ready to get on the choo-choo train and ride the train. So there are different looks that you can make that will take your gear, your look to the next level.
Again, options are endless. All depends on how much you want to invest in yourself, you know? And people like variety. You know, if they can come there and choose what look you have, oh, they'll love that. So still talking about Santa gear, you got boots versus spats. I think you guys already know how we feel about that. If you can avoid it, buy yourself a pair of Santa boots.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
that expensive. I mean, you can get a pair of work boots, you know, and especially if your pants already have the fur around the bottom, and you can accommodate with that. Glasses, you got the traditional versus the modern. We got belts, and then we got beards we're going to be talking about. So let's keep it moving. Go ahead, Santa George. Beard man. Santa George, did I lose you?
He might be.
I unmute myself. There we go.
Oh.
Had to unmute myself. So beards. Guys, I cannot express to you enough, whether it's a synthetic beard and or a real beard, the importance of a well-groomed beard. And I use a variety of different things. Braxton, did you put the picture up?
It's on. It's up. It's on there.
It's on the. Can you pull it up real quick?
It's there.
It's there now.
It's there. Okay. All right. So there we go. Yeah. So you know, I use a variety of different products for various different reasons. The couple things I do want to point out to you: if you're going to use a plastic comb, try to use the really hard plastic ones and not the flimsy ones, because the flimsy ones have sharp edges on it, and if you're using those, you'll notice it'll cut your beard. So you'll always be having a lot of hair coming out in your beard. So I try to limit myself from the plastic combs as much as possible, unless I'm styling it. I use those wood combs. So, and I've got several. I've thin width ones, and I have large width ones. And I never comb my beard dry. I always comb it wet in the shower, get it combed through real good. Then when I get out of the shower, then that's when I go into the styling mode. So yeah, I can't say enough about that. If you're going to be a long day, that it must be glue will hold your beard and keep it shaped the way you want it for a very long period of time, and it's easy to wash out. So can't say enough about that. Must be glue. Now you'll see the Murphy's greases there. One's a thick wax and the other one is a light pomade. The thick wax, the way I use it is when I get out of the shower,
The orange
I will
cans.
excuse me?
You talking about the orange cans?
Yes, the orange can. So there's a light and then there's the wax. So I'm talking about the wax now. When I use the wax, what I'll do is when I get out of the shower and after I put the beard balm in and I want that wave pattern to come into my beard, I'll use that Murray's wax and put that in there and get the wave pattern. Then I'll blow dry it to lengthen it. And then I'll go ahead and style it and use the It's Got to Be glue. Of course, oil. Can't say enough about that. I normally have my wife part my beard. She likes to play in my beard anyway, so I'll lay in her lap and she'll part it and she'll oil it. She'll physically oil my beard all the way around, and then she'll braid it for me, and I'll wear braids for 2 or 3 days before I'll take it down. So these are just some things that I do. The brushes, one's a wood brush, and then the other one is a boar's head brush. I don't use the plastic bristle brushes again because of the sharp edges on them. So a good boar's head brush and a good wood brush with the wood pegs as the bristles are really good to use as well. And basically wash, condition. I condition every day. I don't wash every day, but I condition every day. So that's how I keep my beard in tip-top shape. And of course, I don't trim, but maybe twice during the off season, and then I'll trim on the off season about every other week. On the on season every other week. So I'm in that barber's chair during the season every 2 weeks. You know, making sure that everything is lined up properly, that there's no straggles. You know, we're cutting the straggles out. But during the off season, you know, I'll go 3 or 4 months without doing anything in terms of cutting. I'll just let it grow, and then I'll go in, get it trimmed up, let it grow some more. And so that's what I do.
How
That's
long
what
have you
the
had your beard?
products. Say one more time.
How long
Yeah.
have you had your beard?
I have not cut it. Now, I used to shave it all off and let it grow back. I I have not cut it all off since 19. Since 2019 was the last time that I had it down to where it was shorter than what it is right now. So any questions on the beard products?
And for you, if I comment a lot, guys, I apologize. But what I said to George says he washes maybe once. I wash mine once a week, and I use a product called Dr. Bronner's Castile soap. And I, like George, I condition every day. And if you ask your wife, they'll call it co-washing. Where you can just put conditioner in there and you let the conditioner sit, then you rinse it out with cool water. I do that each and every day. I use the Got to Be Good to Hold as well. And you'll find that if you don't know exactly what oils to use, two of the best oils that I recommend, because they are almost exactly what our bodies produce, is argan oil. It's called Moroccan argan oil, or jojoba oil, which is spelled with a J.
Can you drop that in the chat, please? So
I'll do my best to spell them correctly. But
get us
Moroccan argan oil, and then jojoba oil. Those are the two oils that best close to what our bodies produce, which is the oil that our bodies produce, the oil called sebum. And those two are closest things to it in regards to each and every day. And again, like George says, never, ever, 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 ever. I'm gonna say it again. Never, ever, 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 ever comb your beard dry. Even if you got to get up and you and put water in it in the morning and then make it so that it's never comb it dry. And a reason I say this is because when you put the oils in and it's still moist, ask your wife, or if you've got if you're young enough to have a girlfriend, ask them if that when they get out the shower and they still got water on their body and then they put baby oil on, how smooth their body is, because it's holding that moisture in their skin. That's the same thing that happens when you put the oils in your beard while they're wet. It holds that moisture, so you have that moisture all day long, and you have that growth coming through each and every day. My statement.
There you go.
The other reason why too, let me add this too, I don't comb dry, is because if you have tangles and you're pulling through those tangles, you're gonna cut your hair. You're gonna be losing a lot of hair out of your beard. So the easiest way is to just let that water run through it in the shower, and just go ahead with and I start with the large tooth comb. Let me say that too. Initially, I'll comb through with the large tooth comb first. Then I'll go to a smaller tooth, or when I say tooth, I mean the width of the tooth is a little closer. I'll comb through that. Then I'll use the brush. Both brushes. I'll use the wood brush first because it's larger. It has larger teeth, and then I'll use the boar's head brush last. And that's just to protect myself from losing a lot of hair. What else is on there? Let me. Authentic looking versus natural. Talked about care already.
You don't have to worry about the designer beard, because the guy that was going to be on for the designer beards fell off. Internet
fell off. Okay. I will say this: it takes a lot of work to keep a beard up. So, for those of us who want to have natural beards, it is a daily process. My wife says, she teases me all the time. She's like, "You got more products than I have for my hair. You got more products for your beard than I do for my hair. I can't believe you spend that much time on your beard." She says I make her late all the time because I'm getting my beard together, guys, but that's not true. Just sometimes. But yeah, it does take work. It really does take work. It takes a little bit of finance to make sure you have the products that you need. And I'll finish this conversation with this. Every beard is not the same. So you've got to try products until you find the ones that work for your beard. Because our makeup, our chemical makeup's not the same. So our diet's not the same. How much our water intake, that's something else I want to say to you guys. The more you hydrate yourself, the better your beard's going to be. So, drink that water, make sure you stay hydrated. and all that's going to help, you know, eating right, all that's going to help your pH balance in your body, which is going to help your beard grow, make it healthier, and make it look better. All right, Braxton, you can go ahead from me unless someone has questions.
Thank you. It was something I was going to say and I forgot. Oh, now aren't your products a tax write-off?
Yes. So yes, I do. So what I do is I don't write off anything during the off season because I don't want to get in any tax trouble. But when I leave to start my tour or when I start my events, then anything that I buy from that point on, I do write that off because I'm required to look and to have a certain look and to sustain that look during the season. So anything that I'm doing prior to the season, I don't write off, and I probably could, but I just didn't want to have to explain why I'm writing it off in July, and nothing's happening until November. So I'll only write off personally what I do from November to December.
Gotcha. All right, good information. Back to the suit because I really supposed to have moved that slide. I forgot to. But here we go back to the buckles. Belts, buckles, and bells. Belts. We talked about the Nagahide or the vinyl belts. Get rid of those things if you can. If it's your first year and that's what you can afford, just know that you're going to be fighting with those vinyl belts, those Nagahide belts, because they tend not to stay in place too well.
Yep.
They turn up, the edges and things like that. So whoever's working with you doing the photography, they're going to have to be paying attention to make sure that belt stays centered. Or you can clip it in the back to make sure it stays in position. My beard guy is returning. Then, of course, there are the custom buckles. Guys, you can spend a whole lot of money in this business. Okay? You can spend a whole lot of money. But at the same time, you're cultivating your look. And again, it's an investment. It is an investment. It's going to make you look better. And if you look good, you're going to feel good. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, most definitely.
And so you want to be able to have confidence when you go out there that your stuff is together and that you're being the best Santa that you can be. And again, some of this you may have to work up to, and that's okay. Not everybody's got $4,000 to drop into their look their first year. But there are some things that you want to do because it's going to make it more comfortable for you if you're not always having to fight with your belt. If you're not having to worry about those spats on your feet. So that's my opinion on that. Then we're talking about bells. Some guys come in with bells ringing. Some don't. But if you're going to get a bell, get a good quality bell. And to my ears, a brass bell sounds the best. Let me see what's going on in the chat, just in case y'all ask me some questions, because I don't know. And so anyway, there are places. I got my belt off of Etsy. The guy that did my belt was actually out of England. And I spent $250 on my belt. But I like it. That's why I spend the money. It's got holly going around it. It's painted. The buckle is nothing fancy, but it's a brass buckle and it looks nice. So I've got a picture coming up with some examples. And also there's going to be some websites that'll come up at the end that you can look at. Ooh, where'd it go? Wait a minute. Where did my picture go? Guys, I had a picture on here with, there we go. Again, I didn't move it. So you can see the cloisonne belt, in the middle, at the top, with SC for Santa Claus. To the left of it is a pin that you can put on your Santa hat. And now that I mentioned Santa hats, I want to say, have an extra hat that you always keep in your vehicle. We rushed to Santa one time and he accidentally left his hat at home because we gave him the wrong start time. And we had to call him and he rushed out the house and the hat got forgotten. So when he got to the venue, we had to create a hat for him. I actually had to go across to Walgreens, buy a tree skirt, and staple and sew a hat together. But it looked good and nobody complained. So we learned from that. It's always good to have an extra hat with you. Keep it in your car. Of course, up at the top, you've got some square glasses. At the bottom, you got some round glasses. Whatever look you're trying to go for, those are the glasses you purchase. And we use, I highly recommend that if you have prescription glasses, you spend the extra money and have the prescription glasses as a part of your wardrobe, so you can see what you're doing, especially if your kid hands you a list. And it's great if you got a Santa-looking glasses on, but if you can't read, then it's not as helpful as they may appear to be. To the right, we have wrist bells. Down the bottom, you got boot bells. Now, the difference between between the boot bells and the wrist bells you can take off in those situations where you might be dealing with children that have, autism and the sounds would bother them. If you got them on the boot bells, that's going to take a whole lot of work to take those off and then having to put them back on. Over to the left, we're going back to the candy cane pouch. We actually give away little coins that said that they met Santa and they were on the good list. Nice place to keep them. Gloves, have many pairs because they do get dirty. And there we go again in the middle. We got the boots with the fur attached to them. I have boots that the fur is attached because my pants don't have the fur around the bottom. Then you have the ring. Some people like to bling out as Santa. One of my Santa wears a very nice watch when he goes on his thing. If that's what he wants to wear, I don't have a problem with it. Then again, you got another little pin with Santa in his sleigh with the toys. Guys, my screen has got kind of blocked. Do I have anything to the right of the bells?
No.
Did I lose everybody?
No, you're good.
So nobody answered.
There's nothing else to the right of this.
No,
nothing to
nothing.
the bells.
Thank you. I was like, that was a test.
And everybody failed.
Everybody failed. Nobody say nothing. So anyway, guys, there's a lot of stuff that you can use to enhance your look. No end to it at all. And there's gonna, like I said, I think we've got like SantaPlanet.com is one of the places. Matter of fact, there's a Halloween.com that you can buy Santa suits from. And as was mentioned earlier, Adele's is another place that you can buy suits and also custom. So those, you got a lot of options. So now we're going to be discussing finding clientele. I'm blurring my words here. Finding clientele. And Santa D, I'm going to go ahead and let you start with that.
Finding clientele. Listen, after years of doing this, I no longer put out ads. And when I started, I was putting out ads from Craigslist to Facebook to every and anywhere. I was actually making cards, and I was walking around the mall and just handing out cards as I walked. The first time I got a mall gig really shocked me because I walked in to talk to the mall manager, and there was my card that I handed him a year ago sitting on his desk with my face, this white guy with my face just gleaming on his desk. So right now you have a great opportunity. This is also going to tie in with the social media. Social media and finding clientele is a key. If you're not social media savvy, find someone within your organization, your life that is definitely savvy with social media. Instagram, Facebook, Lord have, as much as I hate it, TikTok. all these places are great to find clientele. I believe Craigslist is still out there too, and you can use Craigslist to find clientele. Once you get going, it then becomes word of mouth. And to make that word of mouth grow, you've got to have your customer service on point. But clientele is easy to find once you know how to do it, depending on what you're going to do. If you're going to be a mall Santa, you won't have to worry about nothing about clientele, just making sure that you have the right company that you're working for Santas like us, or Santa like me, or Cherry Hill, or Norris Group, or whatever group it is that you're going to work with if you just want to be a mall Santa. If you're trying to be like myself, reach out to the Chamber of Commerce. Reach out to the Black business groups in your area. Reach out to the mothers groups. I heard someone say it earlier, Jack and Jill. I have every Jack and Jill within the Atlanta area. I have now gone to the Jack and Jill in Alabama. They reached out to me. I travel. I do a lot of traveling myself within the states within my region. Reach out to the mothers group. You can find them online. Reach out to, again, we talked about just your local community, the different Congress or congressmen that are out there, or congresswomen, or the what do you call those guys? Not the congressmen, but the ones locally.
City council.
City council, thank you. Reach out to them because they have events. Reach out to, for us, is DFACS here in Georgia, Department of Children, Child and Welfare. Reach out to them. These are places that you can get clientele, and you'd be surprised once you reach out to them, the local mayors, get something in their office, send them put together a proposal, like Stafford said earlier. Put together your elevator communication, so that when you send it to them, they have a number, they know how to reach you, they know your website. If you don't have a website, you're wrong. If you don't know what you want to be called, you're wrong. So you should one, find a name. You're just coming into business and you listen, I'm Santa Sean. Okay, I'm Santa Sean at Atlanta. I'm Santa Sean, Raleigh, North Carolina. Get your name, find out if that website's available. Get that website. It only costs you anywhere from $7 to $19 the first year, depending on who you're using with, as regards to the provider. And buy that website. Promote it through all these places. LinkedIn. They got Santa for Hire, Gig Salad, all these different. Listen, driving around on your car. One year, Lord, I used to have a big Nissan Titan, and in the back of that Nissan Titan, I had a bifold, and it had the real Black Santa on both sides. So when I drove by you saw it. On the back window, it had the real Black Santa, and you saw it. I had somebody take a picture and send it to me online. I was like, wow, where was I when you saw me and took that picture? But you're getting your name out there, you're advertising. Car magnets. Dude, it is so, you can even get your car wrapped now. It's so easy to get a car wrap and then be able to take it off. Business cards, always walking around with business cards. You should have a business card every time you talk to somebody. The other thing that I said earlier, make sure you have a phone number for business and a phone number for personal. So, because you don't want folks calling your personal number at 3 o'clock in the morning just to be saying, hey, Santa, how you doing? And it happens. Take photos. Take photos with photographers. Go to a photographer and say, listen, I'm a Santa Claus. You may want to use me if you're not doing a mall Santa and you just want to be a Santa that has a company taking photos of yours, being able to set up a photo session. Make a deal with that photographer to be his Santa. And in return for a photo session, he gets the photos that he's able to give you some photos that you can use as your promo photos. Deals that you can make. I'm a faith-based Santa. I reach out to churches because I tell the story of St. Nicholas, and St. Nicholas is a man of God going to church and talking about why we have Christmas. Places that you need to go. Then the next best thing, my company. My company is a family-run company. I told you before, my mother was my Mrs. Claus. My wife did not want to be Mrs. Claus. She is our IT tech. She takes care of our computers, our printers, our cameras, all the software for the computers, all the books for employees when they're working on the Santa set. She makes all the products for our company. That's my wife. She doesn't want to be Mrs. Claus. All my kids have worked on my Santa set, from my youngest daughter, who has been in every promo picture that I've ever taken. Reach out to your family. My brother, who thought I was crazy doing Santa Claus, has worked my Santa set. Every one of my nieces and nephews have worked the Santa set. Reach out to your family. They'll help you promote it. My daughter was my biggest promo. Every time she walked in the grocery store, hey, my daddy's Santa Claus at this and such a mall. You need to go see him. When we had the pandemic, my granddaughter, they were doing virtual school and I was doing virtual Santa. So doing their virtual school, my granddaughter would invite me to class. Papa, you need to talk to all, and because I'm Santa Claus. And all their parents would then send up so that I would go down to Alabama and do Santa Claus. And family makes a difference. Wherever you work, I work for Home Depot. I am the Santa for Home Depot. I love it. Family, places you work, people that you know, reach out to them. Best way to find clientele is still word of mouth. And the best way to keep your word of mouth going right is to make sure that your customer service is on point. Return calls. You get a call from a client or you get an email for a client, don't let it sit there for 2 months before you send it back. Return calls, return emails, even if you're not going to be able to help them out, return emails and let them know, hey, I'll try and see what I can do in regards to knowing a Santa in this location or that location. All the things that you need to do to make sure that your business is running well and you're getting clientele over and over and over again. Anybody got any? George, you got anything?
No, I don't have anything on that. You pretty much covered everything.
I see Brother Casey got a question up top.
Hey, what's up, Santa D? Hey, you said you also work for Home Depot. So
yes, sir.
What percentage of your time do you work as the real Black Santa?
What percent of my time do I work as the real Black Santa? Dude, my season starts in July.
Your website's up now. People going on there saying, hey, I want to get this. So you're 24/7. You're online. So someone's calling up, hey, I want to talk to Black Santa. Right?
I have a specific ring for my business line. And when my business line goes off, I know it's either I'm going to answer it now, depending on what I'm doing, or I'm going to return the call within the next 24 hours. I work all the time. I'm Santa because guess what? Folks are already starting to, man, at the end of the season, I was getting bookings for this year. And when you start doing what you do, you're going to get booked as soon as you are in that event. They're going to be, and I always try to explain to them, give me till at least the end of January. Why? Because Santa needs to take a break. Santa needs to relax for a minute to catch his composure. But by February, folks are starting to call to get their events. They're starting to set their dates. I've got dates already booked on my calendar, and I'm behind schedule because I haven't sent out. I usually send out a thank you and a reminder, make sure that you're doing your booking to folks that already booked before. And I'm not just talking to last season, I'm talking season. I have a mailing list season after season, even though they're grown and gone, they may have grandkids now. I still have to send out a reminder, hey, don't forget to book your event, Santa events. You know how quickly it books up fast. Especially if you work with me, you know how quick I book up. So I get folks calling, and there's certain people that I try to reach out to personally because I know you want to be on the calendar. I need to make sure you're on the calendar. So I reach out to you before I reach out to anybody else. Got to stay on point, man. Your customer service has got to be sharp.
And let me answer that.
Your question.
Let me add to that, Cindy. I know for me, because I do a lot of mall work, and I also do some private work. What I've done, I didn't do it last year, but I did it this year, because last year I had a lot of calls after I was on the road for Cherry Hill. So I do have a backup Santa. So for those of you who don't have one, I do have a backup Santa that covers events for me that I get if I happen not to be here. But what I did this year different is I started, like Santa D, I started sending out stuff to folks as soon as Christmas was over. Look, you need to give me your date and your time so I can get it on my request list. Not saying I'm going to accept it, but I'll get it on the request list. So now when I do get my schedule from Cherry Hill, I'll know what my downtime is, and I can look at that schedule and say, okay, I can fit this one in, I can fit this one, I can fit this one in. But my backup guy will have to do this, 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 and this. So it's just a way to make sure that, you know, you're able to service as many folks as possible. There's one event I get booked for every year. I have not yet been able to get there yet. And this year, when I went to go pick up the check after I got back, they said, look, what do we need to do to get you here? I said, you have to do it in November. And she said, we're going to book it in November. Put us on your schedule, because they want me to be at their event. The backup guy's done it for the last 2 years. Not that he done a bad job. They just wanted me. So, you know, they moved their date so they could get Santa George.
Yeah. It's important when you have, like I said, and like George, I have a backup. My problem with my backup, he's gotten, I'll be 60 here come at the end of the year. He's got me by 20 years, so he's a little slower. We look almost alike, but he can't do the gigs that I can do anymore. And his family is concerned because, again, with COVID, his age, it's a little hard. And the problem that you'll run into is that when you do a good job, thank you, Jesus, folks want you. They don't want your backup. They want you. And the problem is they ain't about one of you. As much as you would love to do everything, it's not but one. And they always want, they'll accept it this year, but they're gonna listen, what I gotta do to book it early so I can get you. It happens. But once you start, I promise you, if you looking to do, and the way you decide what type of Santa you want to be is what you want to make.
Yep.
The way you decide on what type of Santa you want to be. If you want to be a mall Santa, you know that the malls are going to pay you X, Y, Z every year. And that's what you want to do. That's who you go with. If you want to make X, Y, Z, ABC, then you want to be a personal corporate or Santa like myself, then you have to put in and budget and see what you want to do, how many hours you got to work. For example, again, my season starts in July. I'm doing a cruise in July, Christmas in July. I really never shut down because I'm working with daycares now that are then going to turn around and be working for Santa Claus. I take, like George and Stafford, I also do photography. So we're doing photos right now with daycares. Now they then turn into daycares for the holiday season. And now I've got it to where I'm breaking my holiday season down even further. We're going to be doing holiday pictures with the daycares in October. So that November and December, I ain't got to worry about the rest of it. I don't have to worry about daycares because I'm doing them early. You've got to then prioritize how you're going to run your business and what's most important to you. Yes, sir.
What is a mall? Does mall Santa, do they get paid by how many people come, or how does that work?
You want me to take that one, Santa? You want me to take that one, Santa?
Whoever.
Okay, so for me,
I do it by contract. Not every person that you work for does it that way. I happen to have been fortunate that when I first started, I started doing it as a contract, and they've never changed that for me. So I'm kind of in a unique position, because normally what they'll do is the mall will say, okay, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. But because I'm traveling to different malls, for example, last year I did Fairfax, Virginia, 2 days, Sarasota, Florida, 2 days, Tampa, Florida for 2 days, Novi, Michigan for 2 days, Auburn Hills, Michigan for 1 day, 2 days in Nashville, Tennessee, and then I was off to LA for the remainder of the season, which ended up being like 28 days. So each of those spots was a contract, and they paid different as to the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So so when I did the 2-day events and the 1-day event, it was with Cherry Hill. They did it as a contract, so not as necessarily as an hourly rate.
Yeah. So 2 days, they said we're going to pay you. Do they also pay your travel to get places?
Yes, they and Cherry Hills is really good about making sure that you get where you're supposed to be, that you have lodging when you get there, and that you have transportation when you get there. So when I'm with Cherry Hill, I pay for nothing. They pay all the expenses. They give me a salary, and then they give me a food allowance per diem per day.
Do you also have an assistant from Cherry Hill that goes with you?
So when I'm traveling at the mall, normally what they do at the mall is they'll have a set manager. That set manager has people that work for them. So I will generally call what they call regional manager, and she'll give me the number to the set manager. I'll call the set manager. We'll set up a time when I'm going to come by, meet the staff, which is prior to me opening on whatever day that's going to be. And they will assign who's going to be there to greet me when I get there, wait for me till I get dressed, take me from the dressing room to the set, and then when I leave to go to lunch, they escort me from the set back to the dressing room, and then back to the dressing room to the set, and then when I leave, they escort me out to the dressing room. Now, I don't do any shopping at malls where I'm Santa, because a lot of the malls don't want you to do that. So I miss out on some good shopping. But other than that, I really like doing the mall, because you meet a whole lot of people that you otherwise wouldn't get to meet. So it's been a really healthy and good experience for me. I started out doing it that way. I've added some personal corporate daycare events and stuff along the way that I do personally before I go on tour. So I've really maximized the folks that I can touch, the ministry that I can do, as well as maximizing the financial side. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. Do you have another job that you do when you're not being Santa?
I do. Actually, I do work a full-time job. So okay. Yes, I'm only 58. I haven't retired yet.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to put together some pieces so that I can retire early.
Okay. So you're 28 days when you're in LA. What do you do with your regular job?
So I'm not at my regular job. I am doing Santa. So again, I'm in everybody can't do what I'm doing. I'm just saying everybody can't take 2 months off work.
2 months off.
Yeah. I have been blessed and been in a unique situation that since 2019, so 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and again in 2023, I'll be able to take 2 months off work, because I leave in November, and I'm gone from November to January. So, I've just been in a unique situation all the way around.
And like George, I've worked for myself most of my years of being Santa. I had my own company. The only reason I am with Home Depot now is because of the pandemic. I started working during the pandemic for Home Depot. And last season, I was able to take off the entire 2 months that I needed to do during my Santa season. And I'll be praying that I'll be able to do the same this year, if not being there anymore. I like the extra income coming in, but like I said, my goal is to have my Santa industry, my Santa business, an annual business.
Yeah. I've
been saying that since I started. I want it to be annual. I don't want it to be just 2 months out of the year. So I do, and I still do it now. I do birthday parties. I do daycares. I do stuff during the season, during the off season. I have clients that call me because they want to have a birthday party with Santa being there. I've done weddings as Santa. Santa delivers the Christmas gift, the rings. They didn't have a ring bearer. They had Santa.
Nice.
You know,
nice.
I've had people that want to perform the wedding, and I'm going through right now getting to be ordained. So not just somebody that can do weddings. I'm actually going through and trying to be. I'm a deacon in the church now, and I'm working on my ordination.
Love it.
All right, so there's a lot of information, guys.
And I apologize if I took too long.
That's okay. One thing, guys. I've heard, the season. Is it just 2 months, or is it 3 months? Or?
The season usually starts right after Thanksgiving.
Gotcha.
Lately, it's been starting around November 16th. So the week before Thanksgiving is when it's been
first year. This was the first year that we started the first week of November.
That's
events every weekend.
So your bracket,
telling folks the season gets bigger and bigger every year.
Yeah, like for me, because I do a lot of traveling during the season. So what I do is because I own a photography studio, and I want to do stuff through Santa George through the studio, I normally do a huge event before I leave. So my season last year started November 1st. So right after Halloween was over, we were in the Santa suit. Mrs. Claus was in her suit, the Grinch, the Black Panther, and we were doing cookies and cocoa with the Clauses. So it's going to all depend on what your clientele or what your business model pushes you to have to do. Mm-hmm. So I start early because I have to.
Gotcha. Thank you, guys.
Well, actually, if someone wants to do Christmas cards, they kind of need to do them in advance so they can get them printed out, get them in the mail.
And this is why, like with me, we're starting in October this year so that the daycares and the schools can get their photos in October so that the parents have cards that they can send out. The Christmas in July cruise, that's just something that I worked out and got lucky. And the Lord, no, I take that back. And the Lord blessed me with. Mm-hmm. And I was excited, and I'm truly excited waiting on this cruise to come through. Yeah. It'll be my working cruise before I start in October.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to step in here.
All right, go for it, Joe.
Because we got a lot more material to get through. All of it's been good, though. All of it's been good. That's why we need to have one where we can meet in person.
Yes.
It's coming, right? We're going
to it's coming.
We're going to do that.
Do it.
All right. So we're talking about determining your price because that's important. You got to know what you can charge. And you don't want to underestimate yourself, And if you're in a market where there are no other Black Santas, then you're actually able to charge a premium. Now, you don't want to price yourself out of the market. Because the whole point is to get in front of people. They need us. They need our representation, and we don't want to forget why we're doing this. But at the same time, you want to benefit from the time that you're going to be providing these services.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so a lot of the times it depends on where you are, because if you're in an economically depressed area, you're not going to be able to charge $250 an hour.
Mhm.
You know, but if you're in a pretty affluent area, 250, 500, it all depends on who's requiring your services. And so one of the things you got to do is find out what the market is. So you might need to do a little research. Are there other Santas in your area? You know, if not, then we can probably start at least somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1.25 an hour.
Now, this is the other opportunity we have with that, Stafford. Reach out to the Santa groups, the white Santa groups, and see what they're charging.
And know you can charge more than them.
And you can find out through them what the average is in your community, or even just do research. Send out stuff to the mothers groups. How much have you paid for Santa to come out? How much has it been? Just do some research.
There you go. There you go. And again, typically when you're working at a mall, the rates tend to be less than if you're doing like a home visit or a corporate event. Malls tend, well, you know, you got to look at the fact that most, like when I did it this year at the mall wanted 25% of what we brought in after we got to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And most of the time they can get that because they're providing you the opportunity to service their clientele. You know, I know some malls will get 50% of what you do because I've worked for the company that I saw that happening, you know. And so usually, like it was being said, a lot of the malls will contract a Santa, you know, maybe $15,000 for the season or whatever. But again, you got to divide that out and see what you're going to be making on an hourly basis, because you don't want to undercut yourself, you know, because there are so few of us, we're at a premium. And a lot of these other Santa organizations are trying to get a hold of you because they see the money that they're not getting.
And be mindful of those Santa organizations too, because if you decide to work for a company like these organizations that are going to be you sending out saying that they have a Black Santa on staff, be mindful of what they're doing, how they're promoting you. They may be getting $500 per hour for your service and want to pay you $75 an hour. So be mindful of what you do and who you're working for.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
So going back to determine your price, you know, we talked about your look and how you appear. You know, that again is going to give you crucial, because if you've invested in your look, then you don't want to cheapen yourself by just giving yourself away at anything. You want to make sure that people are understanding that this is a craft for you. You're putting in the time and the effort to learn how to be Santa. You're not just some guy who bought a suit and put it on. But you have to convey that information. They don't know that. You've got to convey that. So when you talk to the people, you got to have the confidence that this is who I am. This is what I can bring to you and to your clientele. They're not just getting a run-of-the-mill Santa. They're getting a Santa that know what they're doing, even if you're just starting. So know your value, know your market. Like has already been said, check with your local Santas. Fewer the Santas, the greater your value. What are your skills? Like we've got some singing Santas and our Santas just like me. Ain't that right, Santa Warren?
Yes, we do.
I was gonna say, oh no, did he leave?
No, I'm here.
Yeah, but like the singing, the storytelling, the tricks. So those are the things, like, for example, if we're doing a home visit and they want us to tell a story, we can charge a little extra. If they want us to come and sing, we'll charge a little extra. But again, you don't want to price yourself out of the market. But at the same time, you want to be compensated for what you're bringing to the table. So it's a fine balance. It's a precarious balance between getting paid what you're worth and not pricing yourself out of the market. Now, the guys that work with us, that works with Santa just like me, I ask them to do at least 2 pro bono events a season. So it's not always about the money. Matter of fact, we got a call last season of a child that was coming home. She had a brain tumor. They didn't expect her to live much longer. We got a call that day saying, hey, can you come and help the family make some final good memories with their child? And I reached out to Santa Warren that day. Santa Warren said, sure. And he was there. We didn't get paid for that. I didn't get anything. He didn't get anything. But we got the warm and fuzzies knowing that we blessed somebody.
Oh, it was well worth the visit for sure.
Yeah,
Quite
I was gonna say, no, you did get something.
Yeah.
Right? Because Lord always repays, right?
Yep, exactly.
And I'm gonna tell you what's good about that too, Stafford, is that I've done that. I had a young lady, her mom was dying of cancer. And the mom, we drove all the way to Augusta, sat with this mom, took photos with her. And each and every year since then, that daughter she's put a blast out there for folks to reach out to Santa. She is one of my biggest prescribers to saying, hey, this is the guy you need to go to. She reaches out every year and tells somebody to reach out to Santa.
Yeah.
So you'll get that back 100-fold.
Yep. Yep. No doubt. What are you providing? Do you have a backdrop and a chair? Are you bringing a photographer? You know, so all of this stuff increases your value. Like if I'm doing an event, I should say, if we're doing an event and we're bringing the backdrop and the chair and the photography, as long as we are being able to sell the images to the clients, then we don't charge for the backdrop and the chair. But if we have an event and they don't want us to do pictures, maybe they're using their own photographer, I'm charging for the backdrop and the chair. Simple as that. So when you're talking about contracts, there's a lot of information. So like I said, we'll be sending you these slides so you don't have to try to write down everything.
You guys.
Excuse me?
I thought I lost you guys. I got you.
Okay. So, you know, there's a lot of information and you want as much information as possible because you don't want any misunderstandings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought you said you were going to do this. Is it in the contract? No. Well, that's not what I said I was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they read the contract and they sign off on the contract, then that's what you're committed to. Now, we're not trying to be hard-nosed with anybody, but if there's an expectation that we didn't agree to, then we're not required to perform it. Anybody knows contract law, specific performance. If this is what we say we're going to do, this is what we're doing. Because sometimes folks will try to get stuff out you, you know, and whether you do it or not, that's up to you. If they want you to sing a song and you didn't originally decide to do that, then you're not required to do it contractually. But if you want to do it to foster goodwill, then that's a choice that you can make. You know, and sometimes you don't know the intent of the people that you're working with. Maybe they weren't trying to get over on you. They just didn't think about it till the last minute. You know, so you want to have some flexibility. Somebody said customer service, Santa D, right? Customer service.
Yep.
You know, but at the same time, you feel like these folks are just trying to get over, and that's a whole nother ball game. Santa ain't no fool. He wasn't just born yesterday. He old. He's old. So you want to make sure you get all of this information, you know, the date and time, the location, arrival time, contact info, expected services. Do you want me to read or not? Do you want me to sing? Fees, include taxes. I believe in doing things right, you know, so we make sure we pay our sales tax so that we can turn that into the government. You know, is there a deposit to secure your services, which there should be. They should have skin in the game, because if they don't have it, then at the last minute they'll cancel. You've lost out for that opportunity to be able to provide that service to somebody else.
What percent do you usually do on like deposit?
I do at least 50.
Hey, can I add something to that, Braxton?
Yes.
I've kind of changed from doing deposits to doing retainers
Retainers,
because
yeah.
legally, retainers are non-refundable. Deposits are refundable. So if you take a retainer, you don't have to give that money back. If you take a deposit, then you are you kind of legally on the hook to give them the money back. So just for the folks in the group and in the future, when you write your contracts or you're signing contracts, make sure that retainer is in there versus deposit, and that will make folks stick to the word.
Hold on. Because if you read my website, it says you have to pay your retainer up front for Santa to be there. And that's non-refundable.
And the other thing on that end is that we require full payment before we show up.
Yep.
And I make no bones about it. If it's out of a certain amount of range, we charge mileage. Y'all know gas has gotten expensive these days.
Woo!
I don't even know why I'm skipping over stuff, but we talked about parking earlier, like parking close to the venue so you can get in and get out. And a lot of times we'll park in the back so that when we exit, they don't, there's no encountering people as we're leaving. Do they have a place for you to dress? Because if not, that means you got to come dress. And depending on how far you got to go, wearing a Santa suit can be quite uncomfortable.
Mm.
and of course, if this is a place where they're serving meals, Santa doesn't usually eat till afterwards, but we'll say Santa's included in that. And if it's a long stint of time, usually more than 4 hours, there needs to be breaks, and we need to get sure we got water for Santa, and then we make sure the cancellation policy is understood.
I have a question for you. Do you have any samples of any contracts that we made, then we can kind of enhance it on what we do? So that way we don't make these mistakes of leaving it out. Is there any?
I mean, I can pull up contracts that I've done in the past and provide it as a guideline, as a template. I use Square, and they provide you with the contract template.
And so does PayPal.
Didn't know that PayPal does it. Okay.
Yeah, I have mine in PayPal as well.
And now I'm also using a service called
PPM
Party Pro Manager. Since I've got a number of Santas, I'm trying to make sure are in the right place at the right time. And so even within that software, they have templates for your contracts and things like that.
And Braxton, that is actually, even if you're a single Santa, that is actually a good software to have. I picked it up thanks to you. It's a good software to have because it helps you schedule everything that's there. It helps you do everything right through it, even if you're just a Santa on your own, not doing a group.
Yep, because you can pull it up and look at the calendar and it'll let you know if you got an event.
And it will touch bases with the clients. When you put the clients, it's perfect. It's a good software.
Look, I'm gonna share something that was funny, but it wasn't. When you have more events than it's able to show, it has a little caret that you have to select. So it drops down all your events for the day, and the person that I had hired do the software missed it twice. And we had Santas that were on their way home when they needed to go somewhere else.
Oh, goodness.
So let's just say it was a lesson learned, and it will never be forgotten. But, with new software, there are always things, man, that can come up. So, yeah, so all these things, guys, so you really got to think about what you're doing.
We talked about websites earlier. Squarespace, when you use Squarespace to develop your website, it has that same built-in feature in programming and scheduling. So if you use Squarespace to develop your Santa website, you can do that as well. And it has a booking feature in there as well.
Mm-hmm. Good to know. Oh, so here we come with the legalities about being Santas, because we don't want everything to go so well and then all of a sudden, because you didn't do something that you needed to do with the government, it causes issues for you. So like I said, a lot of times when I first got started, I didn't have all this stuff. You know, it was a cash business. We did what we did and kept it moving. But as it began to grow, it was like, gotta approach this a little differently now. And so I opened a business account, but I had to have a name. And I heard, Santa D, was that you talking about getting a name earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Want to go ahead and share on that?
For example, if you're coming into business right now, you want to have a business account because you may have somebody that says, man, can I pay you by check? Well, my business cards, my business credit cards, everything says the real Black Santa. You don't have to worry how I am licensed, I am insured. And if you're going out, get a name. I'm telling you, it only costs a couple of dollars on what's that, GoDaddy and all these other places. When you decide what name you want to choose for yourself, go to GoDaddy and choose it. Is this name available? Who doesn't have a website?
Well, there's some guys that are just starting, so they don't have nothing.
Santa Casey, what name do you want to be called by? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Black Santa.
Okay, Black Santa. Go online right now, type in Black Santa LA and see if it's there. If it's there,
I have it.
Buy it. It's yours.
I have it.
Hey, there it is. That's how you do it. What name you want to be called? I mean, if you're on this call right now and you have a name and you want to be called it, go on, see if it's available. Buy it.
Yep,
quickly.
I got it.
Quickly.
Buy it.
Look, I tried to buy my initials or the acronym for my business, SJLM, and I went to look for it, and there's some other business that has the same letter. It was a school, that's what it was. And somebody wanted to sell it for $3,000 because they bought it early, you know.
And I said this earlier. The gentleman, is it Santa Casey? Your son has a book out there with the basketball player, or is that Jesse? Santa Jesse, your son.
Yes.
He has the website. His website, the basketball player's website is Black Santa.
Yeah.
When I started in the industry, I tried to buy that website, Black Santa. A .com company in Japan had that website. They wanted $10,000 for that .com.
Wow.
I said, you can keep it.
How did they know to get that, man? That's what how did they
because
know?
This was the era that every .com that they thought that could be out there, people were just buying them for 19 and just holding on to them. So when Black Santa came out, and man, I'm like, dude, I'm Black Santa. I'm Santa Claus. 2000, I think it was 2001. And I'm like, yeah, Black Santa. And then and I called up the number. They said they wanted 10 G's. I was like, you out your mind.
Wow. Wow.
So my sister said, well, you Black Santa, you the real Black Santa. Hey, the real Black Santa.
There you go.
23 years.
Works.
Thank you very much. I'm happy with it. Now he came out and I remember when he bought it. I don't know how much he paid for it, and his character is a mascot. He has a mascot, and all he does is sell the stuff for the mascot.
Right, that's the guy with the black beard, right? He's got the black beard.
Yeah.
And it's not. He doesn't even do Santa himself, but his character. The mascot that they use that does Santa, and they sell
books,
wrapping paper and all kinds of stuff. So it's not Santa like we do Santa, but he does have it.
It's working for him.
Hey, all I know is that when they wanted to told me 10,000, I was like, okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
So then we're gonna move on to the sole proprietor or LLC. You know, you got to decide how you want to structure your business. Basically, a sole proprietor is just you, and it's just you. But LLC gives you certain legal protections that you can get because you're no longer attached to it personally. Matter of fact, I'm looking at getting ready to move my business from LLC to a S corp just for tax purposes.
Yeah, that's what my son does.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son is a children's book author, and he also helps young kids write books and get them printed. And he told me, I think 2 years ago, he went to an S corp because it's more protection, he says.
Yeah, and it's also tax smart.
Yeah.
To do that. It's a tax strategy.
Mhm.
So when you open up your business account, you're doing business as, or you can get a tax ID number. The tax ID comes in when you're doing LLC, and that's when you have to go to your Secretary of State for your state and register with them, and also register for the sales taxes. So all of that stuff will keep
Hey,
you.
Braxton, can I say something about that?
You can. Of course you can.
Tax number. With that tax number, guys. Now look, I found out early you don't want to jump out there too soon, because if you're doing $3,000 worth of business a year because it's your first year, and you have a tax number, when you go to file your taxes, everybody wants a piece. The local government wants a piece, the state government wants a piece, and Uncle Sam gonna get his piece, and you ain't gonna have much left over. So
Wow.
I try to instruct folks, you want to let your business push you to the place where you have to have it. So, keep that in mind. I'm not discouraging you from doing it. I'm just saying, if you go out there on your first year and you get that number and you file taxes on that number, folks are going to start contacting you. Where's my piece?
Everybody wants their money. It's the truth. All of us could be millionaires. If it wasn't for our taxes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So I do background checks. I haven't really done drug tests because everybody that I knew came by referral by people I knew. So I didn't feel necessary to do drug tests, but I do the background checks. So anybody that would register up with me, if you can't pass a background check, I can't use you.
Right.
Because you're dealing with people's children. Take that very seriously. Now, it also depends, too, on what comes up. For example, it used to be that if you had marijuana usage in your background for a drug test, that used to automatically disqualify you for places. That doesn't anymore. And I found that out when working with this company from California, that was the case. But anyway, it gives your clients a certain level of comfort knowing that, hey, you've done your due diligence, you've checked on these people. And as far as you've been able to discover, there's nothing in their background. Now, that don't mean you're going to catch everything. Because some people ain't been caught yet when they're doing their dirt. So,
yeah,
but at least I can say, hey, I did a background check. You know what I'm saying? I did my due diligence. And
yeah, it keeps you as a business owner from being liable.
Yes.
For not doing it. So the negligence isn't on you because you did your you did what you could do to find out.
That's correct.
And it didn't show. So it keeps you as a business owner from being liable and being sued personally for the undiscovery.
That's correct. Very good. Thank you. Here we are with insurance. It protects you. Some venues are not going to utilize your services if you don't have insurance. Because I have them that will ask, is the Santa insured? During the pandemic, it was have they been vaccinated? And that information I would not give out. I said, I can let you contact the Santa and you can discuss that with them, because to me, I didn't want to be in HIPAA violations about people's personal medical information. So that was the issue.
And the insurance, unless if you're working in the mall, you don't have to worry about the mall, and the mall will have you covered as under their insurance.
No, that is not
really?
true. No, that is not true. That is not true. Cherry Hill Photos pays for I have it anyway, because like, again, I have a unique situation because I birthed Santa George out of B&G Photos. So I carry insurance on my business, which covers me as Santa. but
Right.
Cherry Hill Photos personally buys my insurance every year.
Well, and that's what I'm
So
saying.
I'm
When I
double
said
covered.
as a Santa working for those companies, they will purchase your insurance.
Some of them will. Now, the first year that I went out with them, they wanted me to buy it. I already had it. I just had to provide them proof that I had it.
Right.
But after the first year that I went, then they said, look, as part of your package, we're going to buy your insurance.
Really?
So I haven't had to, so the last few years I haven't had to purchase any insurance because they bought it for me. But the mall, any insurance for the Santa that's sitting in those seats. It is up to the Santa and or the company that hires them.
Interesting.
And-
Then again, it's been over 20 years since I worked as a Santa in the mall. So
And I'm finding that insurance averages around what, guys? 220, 250?
yeah.
And then you
that's
wanna-
about right.
Yeah, and you want to make sure that you do the sexual abuse and molestation rider. And it's usually not that much more, but it just gives you an extra layer of protection. Because, we live in a very litigious society and people are trying to make money the easiest and quickest way they know how, regardless of harms, what they may harm other people with or cause damage to other people.
Stafford, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are we mandated reporters for the time that we are out there with the public?
I'm sorry, say that again, Joe.
Are we mandated reporters? Which
What do you mean?
means if we see any kind of abuse, bruises or whatever on a child, are we
I'd have to look into that, Joe. I don't know. I know typically, just as being grown folks in our society now, that if you notice something, you're supposed to say something.
Well, technically, unless it's part of your job, like you have a job training, like I'm a mandated reporter by my profession.
Okay.
So I have that certification. But if you want to take a course for your own benefit, you can. I can go pull it up for you. It's nothing. I think it's an easy
it might be good.
15-minute thing you do online, whatever, that you renew, yearly if you want to. But it's really easy. They do it for everybody that works with children, pretty much.
Gotcha.
So you can always have that on your resume to say that you're qualified for XYZ. Like for me, I could pass a background check because I work for the schools and everything like that. So that's what I do. But
well,
yeah,
when I
it's
worked
really
with
easy.
the Board of Education in New York, we were mandated reporters. We didn't have to take a class. And also when I was driving the bus here in North Carolina, we were also mandated reporters, and there wasn't a class that we took.
Joe, I'm gonna look that up for North Carolina and see what the ramifications are. Because I want to say yeah, because I felt like I read something recently about that. So I'll get back with you on that one.
Okie dokie.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Excellent question.
A lot of this we've already talked about, promoting yourself. We've already gone into Facebook. Old folks use that. Instagram and TikTok. The younger folks. And Twitter. I ain't got time to be doing all that tweeting.
No blue check?
Not
paying for no blue check.
Well, maybe you can get Elon Musk to pay for it for you. But usually, the Facebook and the Instagram is sufficient. But it does require posting regularly. So like it was stated earlier, if you got some young folk in your family that love doing that kind of stuff, solicit their assistance.
Now, I will give you one that my team has done for me, because again, my team is right now, my administrative team is my wife, my two daughters, and myself. And my two daughters, my youngest is 18. And the one thing that they have forbidden me to do, and I'll tell you, you got women running your company, they forbid me to post on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, through my Santa social media, anything personal. It has to be Santa.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In other words,
Yep.
You don't go. I couldn't go out and do, you know, all the TikToks that they have out there, and you want to do the dance. No, if it's not Santa related, you can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So be mindful when you're doing social media that you have your personal social media plus you have your Santa social media.
Protecting your brand.
What you do exactly. What you do for Santa, you will not do personally, or vice versa.
Hey, George, you want to talk about protecting your brand, because the stuff that you shared among us was very good.
Is he still there?
I didn't think he went anywhere. Look, I was waiting for him to unmute. He's been going in and out, so he may have to come back in if that's the case. But he was just talking about how important it is to protect your persona, what you're doing. And I know that Santa D has dealt with people stealing his image and using it for other purposes that he did not authorize.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that before. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
so
listen, it has been in the last few years why I have gone in the direction that I'm going, of making sure that no one is allowed to take photos of me but my photographers that are a part of my company, or that I am contracted to. Because, and even when I say that, even up to and with cell phone photos, that I'm not trying to let anyone take photos, because I've had people throughout the country that are using and selling my photo on social media, on Etsy, on all brands of markets, that they're selling my photo. And like I put a post out there several years ago, and I put it out each year now, that flattery is the greatest form of flattery is, what is that? Now I can't remember how I said it.
imitation, yeah.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I love it. But when you're having folks put your name and your image out there, and clients are thinking that you're going to be at this event and you had nothing to do with it, and they purchase tickets, and they non-refundable tickets, and then you don't show up, and then turn around, you get a bad notice from this client or that client because you were not at this event when you said you were going to be there.
Yep.
So be mindful. Not like I said to George, and I said to the group earlier with the staff here, that I now have a link on my phone, on my computer, that I can drop a watermark in every photo that I put out on social media. And you shouldn't have to be this way. And I don't think that our white counterparts go through it because there's so much more of them, but we shouldn't have to go through all that.
Yeah. It is what it is, right?
And
I had to stop one of those large Santa organizations we were talking about earlier from utilizing my images that we took to promote Black Santas from their company. And I went, what? What is wrong with you? Of all people should know better.
Well, I told you, one of the major cities in Atlanta, not Birmingham, in Georgia, Alabama, they had my picture, and I called them up, says, hey, I'm not going to be at your event. Oh, that was our social media person. Well, this is something that you as a city have to make sure that you're not using someone's likeness that's not going to be at your event.
Yeah.
They probably just Googled Black Santa, grabbed your image, and threw it in there.
But they need to put
But that's not a stock image. That's the thing. There's one thing where there are stock images, and then you know that this person is working as a Santa. You know this person's not going to be at your event.
They steal your picture off the internet. They copy and paste it and edit it all the time. They crop it. That's all they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
You can look at Facebook. Wait till you start getting out there. When you're going to look at Facebook and somebody likes your look, and your picture is now their Facebook picture. Dude, I can't tell you how many times I look around and I see my picture on somebody else's website. That's not my website. That's not my Facebook.
Yep. I don't know if you guys know Santa Larry Jefferson, but he deals with that all the time. Santa Larry was the first Black Santa in 2016 at the Mall of America.
Yeah.
And they, he had major issues because of he being Black and in that mall. They had to shut down the Facebook page. All this.
You know what's funny, right? I had to put this out there. I had a young lady that was trying to get me in that mall in 2012, 2010. And I told her, I'm not going out there. And I give him props for all that he went through going out there. That wasn't for me.
Yep. All right, guys, we're getting close to winding down. Here we go. So we talked about websites earlier. This is just the information referring to it. Sets you apart from other Santas because a lot of them ain't going to take the effort to do that. Useful, especially when you're looking to get corporate clients because they're going to go to your site.
Mm-hmm.
They might go to their site before they contact you.
Absolutely.
Represents your brand.
Absolutely.
Showcases your services. Should look as good as you can afford. Do it yourself or have it professionally done. And I think most of you guys have seen my website. That website, logo, letterhead, all that stuff cost me about $4,000 when I did it.
Woo! And that's to update it and maintain it every year, right? Or you gotta, how many years do you have to update or pay for your site, whatever?
Usually annually because I'm always changing stuff.
Yeah.
But the changes usually are nowhere near that cost. So
yeah.
No, but you're right though. It does cost, especially if you're paying somebody to do it for you and everything like that too as well. Yeah. I got a majority of my good gigs off of my website, and I asked them where they got it from. They said my website, and they love my website and how it was put together, and I got some good gigs off of that alone. So I'm testimony. It's so real.
Well, we got a request from NBC Casting last year. Okay, we're looking for a Black Santa to do a game show, and I saw it posted in other websites or other Facebook pages, but they wanted you to go through their organization. And I'm talking about Santa organizations. And I said, well, I'm not giving them access to, look, I call them my Santas. Okay. I'm not giving them access to my Santas. And lo and behold, they couldn't find anybody through those other organizations. And I got a text one Friday morning saying, this is so-and-so at NBC Casting. We're looking for a Black Santa to be on our game show. Somebody told them about our website. And they had gone and looked at their website.
It'd be surprised because I've done the reality show because of that. There's a show that we did several years ago called Santa's in the Barn. And where everybody else had to apply for this, they called me directly. And everybody, when we got to the show, they're like, how'd you get on? Well, I had to apply here and I had to apply there. Like, they called me, told me to come on.
Now they called me.
They called me. How's that?
They called me to come.
Oh, wait. I'll give you one funnier. On the game, it was a game show. And you got voted off by the cast members. I got voted off. Guess what? They brought me back.
They brought back the real Black Santa.
Listen.
They brought me back. I like
you. We needed you.
They sent me back, said, we'll bring you back for the last episode. I got home. By the time I got off the flight, they were calling me, listen, we got a ticket for you to come back.
Wow.
Did you not? Man, don't think your website won't help you.
Amen. Here's some value websites coming up. Cover your insurance, Santa gear, and groups that are on Facebook. And trust me, guys, they are a plethora of groups. And I did not put the one that Santa D had just set up because I had already done the slide. But
which one?
There are good groups to be a part of. Like I said, you'll find stuff for sale. You'll find good information. The one that I got at the very top under the groups where it says Sat Bob's, that gentleman just passed away. So it's I don't know if that group is going to continue, if it has a wife that will continue that group. So that group.
And don't forget the one that we have on our group, we have the Santas of Color Coalition. That's how a lot, if you guys aren't there, Santa George is on there, Santa Braxton's on there.
Drop it in the link. Drop it in the chat.
I most definitely will. And we try to post something on there, and we have a meeting every month. We have one meeting a month, the third Saturday of every month. We 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we meet just to talk and see what we can help each other out. Santa of Color Coalition. And I'll put it in the link.
So technically we are at the end of the presentation and we finished up before 3 o'clock.
Amen.
even with Santa D talking.
Hey, listen, I told y'all I'm excited about this, man. If nobody else excited about being here with all you guys, I am.
Brother, I think we're all excited.
Yeah. Hey, Braxton, real quick, there were a couple of topics that you covered. My phone got hot and froze up. So that's why I had to go out and get back on.
I told you you were coming back.
My phone froze.
I told you were coming back.
Yeah, I'm coming back. So a couple of things I just want to say. When we talked about social media, and Senator D may have said it, and maybe he said it when I froze and I didn't hear anything. Get you a separate Santa page, not your personal page. Don't do a business page either. And here's why. If you do a business page, folks can't friend you on that page, which means when you make posts, they don't always see them. As a friend, every post you make, they'll see. So a lot of my clients that I've been able to get and gather, I've gotten through my Santa George page as a friend because their cousin's daughter took a picture with me. They posted it. They liked it. I went to their page, saw they had kids. I then sent them a friend request. Now they're my clients. So I just wanted to add that one.
Good information.
Then there was one more. It's escapes my mind right now. Make sure I got that one out. Have you a separate Santa page that you can friend people on, not a like page, not a business page that people like, because people can't send you messages through that page, or if they send you one, it has to be a rhetorical phrase back like, thank you for contacting, Santa George LLC, and I'll get back to you later. No, I want to be able to write a message to you, and us have a conversation. So, all right, go ahead, Braxton. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm at the end of my presentation. Other than, for the new guys, go out and join the page and go to our individual pages and like our stuff and, connect with us on Facebook or Instagram so that you can become a part of that connection. We always need more followers and need more connections. So that's definitely a way that you can pay these guys back for their time and their effort. But again, I want to thank Santa George and Santa D for coming along and assisting me with this. So I wasn't talking the whole time and doing everything. Plus, there's knowledge that these guys have that I didn't have. And I'm so glad that they decided to partner with me on this. Again, y'all know their names now. You know how to find them. You can connect with them and stay connected and just utilize their resources. Again, buy their books, support them as you would want somebody to support you. When I get my book, I'm gonna be putting a plug in for that. So, and I have no shame, none whatsoever.
But before we leave, I did want to share.
And Braxton.
Wait a minute. Who is that? Wait a minute. Somebody said
that was Santa.
Hey, I was gonna say, Braxton, from the bottom of my heart, honestly, sir, I appreciate all that you did today and allow us to be a part of your training. This was a labor of your love that you allowed us to share in. I appreciate it, and I want you to personally know if you need anything, sir, feel free to call on me. If I'm available, I am there.
Amen.
And not only just you, any of you guys, feel free to call. Like I say, Santa Pat and I've talked several times, and I've talked to other Santas as well. If you guys ever need me or need anything from me or have a question, I don't mind sharing. It's free. I'm not going to charge anything for it except for, just show me some love, and we're good. So Braxton, thank you once again.
Oh, it has been a pleasure.
Right. And what I was going to say, first of all, thank you for the opportunity, of course, to plug my book. And you guys, my website just went live this past Thursday. And everything you covered, I can only do nothing but give myself a pat on the back because I can relate. But it's blacksantaefx.com. And if you have time, check it out. Send me a message and give me some input. I would greatly appreciate it.
Will do.
And the last thing, I don't know that you guys know, but for the past 2 years, I've had the opportunity to sit at the Mall of America too, as Black Santa. And it was just this last year I had an opportunity to meet Larry, and how it worked out. They had 2 locations that he was assigned to. And as he was leaving, I was coming into the second location. So we've got that going. And they contacted me too out of the clear blue sky. My first year blew me out of the water. I had no idea. But they were impressed with my wardrobe. And one thing I can say about them is they let you be you.
An investment well made. All right, there's a lot of information that's been dropped into the chat. Make sure you screenshot it or write it down. I'm not going to end the meeting yet, just so you can make sure you get all the information, the email addresses that have been posted. And of course, any feedback you want to give, we are more than open to. You could drop it to my email that you guys use to register. If you got some comments, some criticism, we'll take it. We can always learn from what we do.
One social media platform that you guys should go out and get, Linktree. And if you look on the chat, I have my Linktree on there. It has every social media that I have on the market. It has it on there. You can just go to Linktree, and then you can post your Linktree within your Instagram, your Facebook, and it will take you to every social media link that you have. So on mine, if you're looking to find me, just look to where I have my Linktree, and you can find every link that I have, social media wise. So that's another link.
I'm going to do that. Thank you. I'm going to do that.
Another tool that you should use. That way you can put it on your business cards. That way folks can find every social media that you have out there.
Hey, you got to make it simple for people.
Hey, listen, I put Linktree out there. They hit it and they go to anyone they want.
That's awesome.
Don't make people
one.
jump through too many hoops.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Braxton, did you cover video during the presentation?
No, I did not.
I don't think I saw that.
I did not.
So let me just say this. Let me say this about video, guys. And Braxton, I know you know this to be true because I've seen your work on Instagram. Okay, if you guys aren't doing video promos of your Santa, it is immeasurable the amount of folks that video reach. You can post a picture, you'll get 6 likes. You post a video, and it'll be 7,000 because people are just interested in the video. So if you guys aren't doing video promos, if you're not using TikTok, I don't know how long TikTok's going to be around in America, but while it's available, do you a TikTok or two? Do you get you a YouTube page that says Santa Allen, whatever, and post videos and put those links on your social media, your Instagram and your Facebook. That video is absolutely contagious, for the lack of words that I can find. It's just contagious.
That's a good one.
Video. Okay.
Sounds great.
That will go into like your story time, reading your stories on your videos. If you look, I have stories all over YouTube, all over Facebook, Instagram. Just make sure that you're putting it out there. That's a great thing that we've missed there, George. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna share that real quick. Now that George has brought it up, maybe see how fast I can do this. Old people in technology. Oh my God. So I can stop sharing this. That's what I can do. That's what I needed to do. Need to stop sharing so I can get to it. But this is just I think it's right here. No, it ain't the right one. It was just something that I had Santa Warren do for me. And Santa Joe, we told him about you being in the magazine, man.
Oh, okay. And the News and Observer.
News and Observer in Durham, North Carolina.
Hey, make sure you keep all your links and your. I mean, if you're getting newspaper reports, get a copy of everything and have it in your portfolio. I mean, I even got the time. I was in Time Magazine a couple 100 years ago as Santa, and have that. So get a copy of everything and make sure you keep that for your files. You build a portfolio, man, and have that so that folks see and know what you're doing and what you've done.
Yeah, I sure will.
That's huge.
Thank you.
All right, here is
and while Braxton's pulling up that video, someone on the set when I was in California just TikToked me and their daughter taking pictures. She was asleep, by the way, and I just did some sleeping Santa poses with her. They posted it. It went viral. It had over 1 million views in 2 days and ended up on Good Morning America.
Good, my goodness.
So, guys, I'm telling you, the video is using video.
So
well, hello there. I'm Santa Keys of Santa's Just Like Me. I've been visiting with children for the past 10 years, and the impact that we've had upon thousands of children and families has been nothing short of phenomenal. When families have the opportunities to see a Santa representing the minority community, it's a magical experience that makes the Christmas season that much merrier and brighter. Well, because we have realized that there are so many more children that need this exposure to positive role models that we have decided to create a nonprofit, and we're calling it Santa's Just Like Me Too. Now, our goal is to provide these visits with a Santa of color at no cost for those who need it, as well as providing children with gifts of toys, clothing, and food for the family. I never want to try to explain to a child why they didn't get anything for Christmas. Won't you join with us to make this dream of providing a joyful Christmas to more families this year? Just select the Give Now button and make a donation. No gift is too small. Thank you, and ho, ho, ho.
Outstanding.
So we're we're going to be
go.
posting that and doing stuff, and it's just trying to do what we can, man, to make a difference. And don't worry about it. I'll be sending you the link to make a donation. So
That's awesome.
I don't know. Warren didn't share this, but Warren does regional acting, and his other side gig is he does book narration. So that's the other thing to do. And what is very interesting about two of my Santas, I have two Santas that do acting, and they both were in the play Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? Now I'm thinking, what is the mathematical probability of that? Playing the same character. One in Raleigh, one down here in the Charlotte area. I said, something's going on. I just don't know what it is.
Amen. Amen.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much again for coming. And I hope it was worth your time and your effort today. I hope this is not the last time that we get together. And again, I'm looking forward to meeting y'all in person.
Absolutely.
Braxton, can I share something real quickly?
I would not prevent you.
Before we exit. I do a huge event at the African American Museum here in Louisville, Kentucky every year. The owner has been trying to get a collective group of Santas to show up and just do a roundtable discussion. And one of the things I said to him when he asked me, I said, look, I'll do it under these conditions, that we're not talking about why the other folks don't want us to be Santa. If I'm going to do a roundtable discussion, I want to talk about the importance of us being Santa and why we feel it's important and why we feel we're making an impact in our community. So it has to be a positive roundtable discussion.
Yeah.
And then he wants to do a parade, Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky. And I
He
think
look like Drew Hill dude, but not.
No, we can hear you, Dreezy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm watching something on TV. I'm like, what is that?
So I would like to get, 20, 30 of us together, come down, let's do a roundtable discussion. The news will be there. We'll do the little parade down Main Street. We'll make an impact so folks know that there are African-American Santas all across the United States and that we're available, that we're Santa, right? So if you guys are interested in that, I did put my number in the chat. You can also reach me on Facebook and Instagram, but however you guys want to do it, feel free to reach out to me, and we'll get a date and a time, and let's summit. Let's meet up, break bread, fellowship, and do a parade and let folks know we're here.
Get it on the calendar. Let's get it done. We can do it.
Yeah. Can you, Stafford, can you send a list of everyone's contact information who signed up for this, and obviously our great instructors who have been helping out with this?
I can do that.
Yeah, my information in the chat. Just my email. Just dreezyclaws@gmail.com. And I can see y'all guys.
Let me make sure. I got my pad right here somewhere.
I can put it back in the group. I'm in the chat if you need me to.
dreezyclaws@gmail. I got it.
And can I just say one thing? I'm gonna let you go because when I first started this professionally, I was so isolated, not knowing that you all even existed, because I did not know. Because once again, I didn't see it online. I didn't see it anywhere. I just didn't know. I knew that I knew Black people dressed as Santa Claus. I knew that, but to this degree. Right. Of dedication and passion and seriousness is such a dope experience that a lot of stuff that you all talked about today were some of the stuff that I was practicing, because that's what I figured Santa Claus should do.
Amen.
And should be, and everything else. That's how I knew I was in the right line of work, because of what I was doing and accomplishing. You all had set the stage. And then when I went online and social media and I learned about Santa George and Santa Blair and Santa, and a real Black Santa and all of you veterans that's been here before me, I felt like this is like what, I'm in the right spot. And being in Chicago, you don't see that many people of this caliber doing this stuff. That's why, I've been blessed to be the first Black Santa to light the Christmas tree in the city of Chicago. 108-year history, and I was the first Black Santa to do it 2 years in a row, going on 3 years, hopefully this year. And
congratulations, brother.
All right.
Thank you. And all the stuff like that, and have people, stop you and say, I never saw a Black Santa, and I thank you and everything like that, and build these memories, and then see you all doing it. I know I'm in the right line of work, and I'm loving what I'm doing, and I'm definitely taking up all of these notes, because it's a dope experience, and I cannot wait to see you all one day. So I wish you all well. I wish you all a great season. I'll see y'all real soon.
All right.
Hey, Dreezy, so you know that I follow you all the time, man. You're doing a great job out there.
Hey, that means a lot to me, sir. Thank you so very much, because I'm telling you,
I follow you a great deal. I like what you're doing out there. I've seen a couple of the news articles. You're doing a great job, man. If nobody's telling you that you're doing an outstanding job.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, Santa William, hold on, guys. Santa William, can I get your email address?
You're on mute.
Okay. Yes, actually, I put it in there, but I'll put it again.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to do that. And gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you something. And I actually, to go off what he just said, I had no idea about how many Black Santas there actually are, because I didn't see any. I was following a theme Santa. I'm sorry, I'm driving still right now, y'all. But I've seen a couple of Santas out there, and I've been posting on my Facebook page during Christmas time and just celebrating Black Santas. But I had no idea of the level of professionalism of Black Santas that was actually going to be created by with Santa George down there, and it's just been amazing for me. So actually, it's given me a lot of confidence. Being this the first time I'm gonna do it, I feel that the mistakes I would have made if I just went out there on my own is not going to be there, and that I can actually represent us the way that we should be represented.
Yeah.
The worst of that, we don't want to put an image out there that's not quality.
Yeah.
And that's not, that magical experience that not only Black children, but just children should have. And that's been, I tell you, man, I'm so excited. I've been excited about Christmas all year long now.
Join the group, bro.
I see something from Santa George almost every day. I'm looking at this brother right here. I'm like, okay, all right, I see you. I see you, son.
Hashtag Santa 365.
There you go.
There you go.
Amen.
There you go. But yeah, I'm gonna put it in there right now again.
I got it. I got it.
You do? Okay, great. And actually, I'm gonna put my phone number. I'm gonna put my phone number in there also.
Okay.
And like I say, these
All
group
right,
of men
brothers, take care.
contact me directly.
One last thing, guys. As we're going around and we're seeing other guys that are doing this, I think George said this yesterday. Somebody said this earlier. That's just the guys in the suit. Make sure we're reaching out to those guys in the suit so that they get the same feeling that Santa William just mentioned. Make sure that they're doing it the way that we require them to do, or we want them to do, so that we are keeping this collective the right way. We are making sure that every step that we go, every person that we reach and we touch that is doing this, they're doing it the way that we desire them to